will be English only. Welcome. It's your day, your capstone day, how they call it on foreign universities. So I'm really looking forward to it, but I think you are looking even more than I do. Now we will have a couple of blocks of semifinal. I will briefly introduce you the jury who will assign the points and ask you tough questions. Couple of rules for the day. Time is of essence, so those who will present here, and I will now mention the first team so that they start getting ready. So I will ask Team L to start getting ready. And meanwhile, I will introduce a couple of rules. So you will see your timer here. You have your mic here. Please return it after your talk. Always here. I will try to coordinate, but the other team will then pick it up here. Then we have a clicker. Hopefully your presentations, although they are in different formats, hopefully it will work. Please direct the clicker that direction. Yeah, there are some technical obstacles, so there is a directorship, so just be patient, don't get nervous if it doesn't change right away. The rules are simple. You have all read it. So you have 7 minutes plus minus for your presentation, which I'm sure you have trained several times. So I'm really looking forward to it. You can also notify your friends and families and send them the link to the website where there is a live stream so they can, or colleagues in your companies, so they can watch you. Then the jury, after your talk, will ask the questions, roughly 7, 8 minutes, and then the next team. I will always announce the teams who are part of the first block so that they can start getting ready on time. You will have just normal mic. We will not use headsets as I announced before. So let me introduce you the jury, those who will invest their time and patience and expertise to challenge you and also to inspire you. So the chair of the jury will be Šárka Placha from Deloitte. Here she is. She's very experienced. She was here also last year. Then we have Nastya Schur from Adastra. Then from Matony, Tomáš Mikulenka. And then you for sure know your older mates, Ondřej Valenta from Správa železnic, how to call it this way. And Šimon Charvat from Safor. So these guys were also on this stage. You can actually look them up, but it's still on YouTube. So we have some fixes here. So I will ask the team L, and then the following teams, just to start getting ready before the first break. So it will be team R, then team K, M, and T. That's the first block. So team L, please come on stage.
Good morning, we are Team L. Let me start with a simple question. Have you ever opened a dashboard and felt that the numbers didn't look quite right? the values may be too low or something was missing. In this moment, we usually don't care about which SQL query failed or which technical process went wrong. The real question is simple. Can we trust the data? Because if the data is not reliable enough for a dashboard, it isn't reliable enough for business decisions. So this became the challenge we decided to solve together with our project partner, Technology Agency of Czech Republic. Before we show our solution, let's look at the problem through one specific user, and that is Teresa. Teresa, she's a data analyst. She works with dashboard, reports, and other data issues every day. She needs the data that is complete, up-to-date, and ready to use. Before this project, the problems were often found too late, and then it was really hard to detect where the error came from. So instead of doing analysis, she had to ask, is the data complete? Or if there's a problem, where exactly is it? Or can we fix it ourselves? Or should we contact another department, for example, IT? Now I think the problem was more clear. In the moment, the solution had to be realistic. Most companies don't have unlimited budget for data quality. The advanced tools may be too expensive or maybe too complex, or it is restricted by the existing technical environment. So the goal was not build a perfect solution on paper, but the goal is build one useful, practical, and realistic design. So let's move on our solution.
So Toucher provides billions of check rounds every year, and like the most organization in this scale, their data infrastructure grow faster than tools to monitor it. So before our solution, there was no systematic way to identify problems early. And no systematic or like a central view across the data pipeline. Also, the major data migration between two different systems was on the horizon, and there was also any checks for identify if data transfer was successful or not. Yeah, so we built it. We built 54 data quality checks covering 6 data sets across 5 data quality dimensions like validity, uniqueness, freshness, completeness, and integrity. Yeah, so no more any manual data checks. You just have to open our dashboard and look on the data on this dashboard. Also, for data migration checks, we have built separately 3 checks to verify if data arrives intact, complete, and correct. So this is our email. If something goes wrong with the checks, the right person will get the email where this person, for example, Teresa, will find all the information she needs, where is the error, and so on. And here is a dashboard where you can see all the checks separately, some summaries and attributes where are the most of the problems.
The numbers speak for themselves. In the normal year, the automated system is able to save up to 72,000 crowns, and that's because taking over the repetitive routine daily monitoring of data loads. So analysts don't need to spend so much time on such a repetitive checks and instead focus on more important tasks. In the migration year, the savings are even higher, around 312,000 crowns. And that's because there is thousands of projects coming from the old system to the new system. And the migration checks being automated means that we don't need several people to review the results if they are right or wrong. And the solution is also able to find the problem much faster than before by saving the time by 70%. So now no need to spend hours and hours finding the problem, but it's only a matter of minutes. And the best part is the cost. The whole system runs for only 10 crowns per month. I mean, isn't that a great deal? So in other words, it's saving time, it's saving money, and it's reducing risk. My last colleague.
So we started off with a question: can we trust the data before we make decisions? And for Teresa and for Toucher, the answer is now yes, every morning. So from data uncertainty to morning confidence. We are Team L. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I haven't seen the presentation, how much it will cost.
The whole project is, there is 2 etaps. The standard year is, it's costing 72,000 crowns per year. And the migration year, because right now they are updating their system from the old system to the new, it's gonna cost 312,000 crowns. It's saving this money, this amount.
As for the saving is only the people or the tools?
The savings are for the people. It's counted by man days.
Okay, and as if we go with the use case of Teresa is looking in the dashboard on the data, and she has a different dashboard for these errors and this mistake. So she has to like look into 2 dashboards to like look if the data which she sees in one dashboard are correct. Am I
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and in that email there are only like bad errors or like or even the data which passed, or
The emails that you saw is weekly reports, and it contains summary of all the tests that didn't pass, so only the fails ones.
okay. And do you think about some other automatization, like what could help Teresa actually like look only in one dashboard and know, hey, look, there's maybe some issue, check if this is the correction, if there should be correction or something like that? Because as for now, it's still like a little bit time consuming, you know, you have one dashboard with data, second dashboard with errors. So you have to check first if everything is all right, and then look into the dashboard with the data.
You look like the error is always with some check, and the check is, for example, checking if they have a complete row of ID project. So they do not look at the other dashboard. They look into their warehouse, and they're trying to find where is the problem. So
Okay, so Teresa, it's not analytics. She's only like from part of the IT looking in these errors.
no, it is part of the analytics because they are able to look into the BigQuery, into their data warehouse, and they already know what failed. So they're able to find it easily, and they know how to work with their data warehouse. They know how to work with BigQuery. And the dashboards are just like a summary of what and where are the errors, so that they can go and check in the BigQuery where is the error.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned there are some set of rules already created in the tool. Is there some validation during the time done? Because some rules will be not valid in time, some rules will need to be created as new ones. Is there some process to create new rules and validate them?
We now implemented the checks that we consulted with them, and if they want to add new check, they just because the SQL that we wrote it in, it has rules and it's simple. It has like the same structure for completeness, uniqueness. It's just the same structure, and they can easily replicate anything they want to check. Like if they want to check completeness of another row that we didn't implement, then they just fill in the before completed structure of the SQL query.
Yeah, so it's done by the customer, by them.
Yeah, it's done by them.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, my question would be, how difficult is it to implement to another company? For example, I'm asking if you have to hang it as a service where it's on your site, or if you have to customize it for each customer and implement it inside their databases, or if it's like a separate that you have.
It is just for them because we had some restrictions regarding what we can and what we cannot implement. Because they didn't want to, they wanted to build it on what they already have. So we don't have much room to innovate. Our initial idea was to use Dataplex plus Terraform, but they denied it because they wanted to build it for them only and just on their infrastructure.
Thank you.
So to be clear, you did programmed data quality checks and dashboard for it, and you showed some email. There is some newsletter which is coming every day. How is the data quality going? And okay. And I would like to ask, did you implement it? Did you implement it in the production, or it is for testing only?
It is in production. It's already going. They can already improve some of because in the weekly report there is a column where it says that if some failed check is improving or not improving, so they can already dig in their data warehouse as of now and fix what is failing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you, guys. You were the most brave. You have it's over for you. Maybe you will get on the final stage. So we will try it once more. Thank you. And now Team R, please.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for coming. Hope you're having a nice day. I'm Michal, this is Lera, and I would like to introduce to you our project FlowMind. One of the most valuable assets of every company is information. It's the knowledge of how we do what we do. And that includes the countless working processes that people do every day across the whole company. Yet, despite this value, a lot of companies don't have these processes documented or mapped out in any way, and this knowledge is locked in the worker's head. And these companies, they know they should have them documented. So why is that? What is the problem? According to 35% of process modeling professionals, the main barrier is a lack of time. The process of documenting processes is very time consuming. It's tedious, and people don't want to do it, understandably. It needs a solution. Let's take a look at a scenario. This is Jana. She's working in a mid-sized company, and her responsibility is managing the incoming orders from clients. She's been doing it for years. She knows the process in and out, and her manager from time to time tells her, you know what would be good? It would be nice if we documented it, write it down, so the person after you knows what to do. And she tries from time to time, but every time the same problems. It takes a lot of time, and there are always more urgent things that need to be done. And after some time, Jana never maps out her process, how she does her work, and she moves on, maybe to another company, maybe retires, and the person after her is left with trial and error.
But we have good news for Jana and her manager. We built FlowMind exactly for these kind of situations. Jana doesn't have to sit for hours writing down her processes she's responsible for. Instead of this, she just needs to describe the processes in her natural words, and FlowMind turns it into finished, clear process. No time stops being an excuse. A task for hours becomes a matter of minutes. And also, Jana saves her successors time and effort before it's too late. This is how it looks like. You drop in audio, or you can record your own. It takes few moments to process. And after this, you get the finished diagram. In case you're not satisfied with output, you can edit diagram directly in the application. But as you see, you don't have to draw anything, or you don't have to know any notation knowledge. Yeah. So let's move on. One of the things I would like to mention is our costs and how we run the application. Now our infrastructure is really simple and cheap, and I would like to mention that for a month it only costs us 165 crowns, but it's built to scale, and we have ideas for where to take it. For example, our idea is letting people talk about the same process simultaneously and track their descriptions disagree. And that is FlowMind, turning what people know into clear process diagrams fast. Thank you so much for your attention. That's all from us. We are ready for your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. It was nice. I have many questions, sorry. So I will probably start. I understand after the input there can be some mistakes. Is there an option of the manual input, or what options are there after the first output? Like, how can I correct the MindFlow?
Well, there is a sort of a chat feature where you can write down what you want changed, and it will take a second and process these changes. Or there is an external link to an editor where you can edit it manually if you want to.
Okay, and how can I then export it? With what files it supported?
Well, currently you can export it as a picture, PNG or different formats. I don't have them right now in my head, but as a picture.
Okay. And as with language, it's working with all languages, because I saw there was Czech.
Yeah, it is made for Czech language.
Okay, and was you thinking about some other price plan, because now we have only a month?
We were thinking something like pay-as-you-go model, because we are starting with something simple. I mean, it's our cost 165 crowns. Maybe it might be a little more for basic plan, and then as for we use AI and tokens, it might be something as pay-as-you go.
Okay, and my last question. Did you think about the privacy? Because, internal processes are not really information you want to share with the world.
Yeah, sure. For this option, I think it's our value proposition. Also, we can use Ollama models, which are locally installed. So knowledge is not going anywhere from the company.
Okay, and in that case, is there like some other cost for the company?
I think it might be a bit more tricky, because it's going to be on-premise architecture. So, but we need to discuss this one.
Okay, thank you.
Were you thinking about some additional features that might be interesting for enterprise customers?
Well, one of the interesting features that we have been considering was conflict resolvement, since maybe in bigger companies, multiple people do the same process, everyone does it a little differently. So the idea that we had is multiple people describe the same process, and we compare the automatically differences in these diagrams. So yeah, that was idea where we could take it, but as of now, it was sort of out of scope of this project.
I was also thinking about some document life cycle, because the process is constantly changing. Is there something implemented yet, like some notifications, like monthly to review it, or something like a review process?
As of now, there is no such feature, but that is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
We saw an example how you input one file and generate one process. Is there a possibility to put a large file and generate few processes from it?
You mean mapping out a process through multiple files? Am I understanding?
No, I will input one huge file where there will be described a lot of processes. And if the tool will generate all of the processes described in this file.
As of now, the tool from every recording makes sure that every node in the diagram is connected. So if you give it a file with multiple processes, you still get one diagram.
And is there a possibility to improve the tool to generate few processes?
I think definitely yes. I think it would just take some improvements, some work, but it is definitely possible.
Thank you.
Interesting idea. What is the most complex process you tried? I can imagine that processes in my company could be described in like 1 hour. So have you tried?
Well, as of now, we have not tried to this 1 hour process description. Maybe one of my colleagues maybe knows the longest process we have tried. Okay, so as of now, the most we tried, the longest process was about 2 minutes, but theoretically there should be sort of no cap on how long the process can be. It would just take more time.
And have you tried a conversation between two people? If it's capable to like recording of some meeting, for example.
Well, it would definitely be able to record the meeting, and if one person is asking the questions about the process and the other is describing the process, I would think that the result would be good, but we haven't tried it, so I can't say for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You said the solution run on-prem or in the cloud?
As of now, the solution runs in the cloud, but it can run on-premise.
But if you run it in on-prem, you have to connect some model to process the audio file.
Yes, we do.
Okay. That could be a security breach for some companies. Did you somehow approach it, or?
We built it as more modules. So it's not monolithic architecture, so you can change one of the models. We currently it's called to API, but it's definitely possible to put Ollama as asset for on-prem architecture.
Okay, thank you.
As I check now, what about your competitor? Because I checked there are some other solution for this idea. Did you do some analysis, or why you are better than your competitors?
Well, I have to admit I don't know much about our competitors, which is kind of a mistake, I admit. But I think we would be better by the things that we put work through which we gave value to our tool, which is we made it convenient, we gave it a nice environment, and we made it quite cheap. So I would like to think that would be our advantage over the competition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
So thank you very much. I also did some research on competition, and there is one large from Rohlík. It's called Duvo AI. But really great idea. Thank you. I will ask now team K. They are already getting ready.
Hello, can we start? Okay, so I would start off with the question, what topic has the biggest hype nowadays? I think we can all agree that the answer for this question is AI. Everybody is trying to incorporate AI in their workspace, and I can promise you that everybody here today used AI for their solution in the project. The truth behind this hype might be a bit different than you might expect. 80% of companies, based on McKinsey research, did not see any impact after implementing AI in their workspace. And more than half of companies do not have AI-ready data. You've already seen Teresa and Jana, so we introduced to you Susan. Susan is working in bank. She's working in the risk department, and she was assigned with an AI-driven task. And for this task, she needs data from finance department. She receives the data. Unfortunately, she doesn't understand it because she doesn't have any context to it. She doesn't have any definition. She doesn't have any information about the data. She needs to set up different meetings with people, but unfortunately, they don't quite know either. And it takes her weeks until she finally gets to the bottom of it and understands the data and can use it. A few weeks later, new regulation is introduced. This regulation is mapping out new terms and processes for her department. What she needs to do is document it. But she knows that anytime soon somebody else might need it from the bank, so she decides to put it on one platform which serves as a single source of truth. In this case, it's Daviso, our partner. So what does she need to do now? She needs to find all the terms, all the definitions, all the relations, synonyms, and so on. It takes her weeks because she doesn't know how to do it at first. She's also a business user. She's not an IT specialist. She doesn't know how to implement it and input it into Daviso. So this takes her weeks and months until she finally gets it done. Luckily, before all of this, she finds a solution. And solution is OntoBridge. OntoBridge is a technical solution which provides a technical background and transforms document or input into the terms, definitions, rules, relations, synonyms, and so on, which now Susan, all she needs to do is just approve it, and within seconds, she can upload this to Daviso. And thanks to this, as a result, we get well-structured, defined data, which are possible to be used not only by the people in the bank, but mostly for the AI, because AI is not working with data if they are not contextualized, and there is no definitions and interpretation of the data.
Thank you. So what actually Maciej told you is not a fictional scenario. We have another collaborative partner here, Raiffeisenbank. So Susan is not like a fictional girl. She's a worker at this bank. And we try to implement that solution here. What we found out, if you wanted to normalize our impact of our solution, mentioned or described by Maciej, we found out that to get value and understanding and the meaning of data from one document costs 15 euros. 15 euros for just one page unstructured text or whatever, just to get the meaning of data. With our solution, it costs just 1 cent. Just 1 cent, and in just in real time, actually in just a few seconds.
these are just direct impact, but we would undervalue our solution and product if we measure just these. This is just the tip of the iceberg, literally, because we should not forget about the impact on the whole company. It never ends with one use case. It actually, if one use case is done, there's another use case, AI use case, and such and such. So the multiplication effect is quite considerable here, and we can say ROI in this case rises across the whole period, across the long period of time. It's like a J curve. It's like like hockey curve is sometimes called. And we are not just documenting data here to make it better documentation. Thanks to our solution, we can make much more precise decisions, faster decisions. We could get much more, much better time to market ratios and such. It's not just a documentation tool. It has a strategic value. And the investors know that. The market of data governance is booming. It's around like almost 5 billion euros, and it's expected to grow up to 32 in the next 10 years. So there is a business opportunity here. We would, as our solution, we would introduce it like a license kind of product that costs 12,000 euros per year. And if we just get in the first year just 12 customers, which is like very pragmatic scenario, we would get almost 150k euros. Once again, this is very pragmatic scenario. We don't see, because this was made for Raiffeisen Bank, like kind of specific, but we don't see any reason why to limit ourselves. It could be used across the whole financial sector, pretty much to everyone, and not only to financial sector. We could be used across the whole industry for smaller companies as well that can't afford huge data governance team. They could use our solution in just a very low price compared to those all consultancy work. So we believe there are a lot of companies, as I just said, with a lot of students out there who do not want to just define what data means, but they want to deepen their expertise and to work with AI, not for AI. Because AI is only good when it understands data, but we need to work with AI and not just to define data, as I just said. Thank you very much.
As I understand correctly, to use your product, I need to have, or I must have Daviso?
No, Daviso was our collaborative partner. We built like a connection or MCP server across to Daviso because it was a collaborative partner. But we are not limiting just only to Daviso. We could use Collibra or any other tool that is on the market right now, or Apache that is for free.
And does your tool have some user interface, or can you explain?
Yes, it does actually. It looks like that. So it looks like that. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, we are sorry for the quality. It was our backup slide. So it does have user. It does has like user interface because we are targeting business users. They are not that technically developed, let's just say. They are experts at their expertise. So it needs to be like clear and easy to use and user-friendly.
So I do the stuff in your tool, and then it is like migrated to the data catalog.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So you nicely described why the company would need your tool, but I kind of still don't understand who is the final user of your tool. Is it business user? Is it analyst? Is it IT department? Who is the person who will use it, and why the person will use it?
Yeah, we try to bridge the problem when it comes to like business users and IT departments. Business users are experts; they understand the data the most, but they just do not understand the data part. They don't know even how the Daviso works. So it's for business users, business experts at their domain, to use it without the need of IT department to use it. So it's user friendly and it's happening in the real time.
So the tool is replacing business analyst?
I wouldn't say that, but at scale, it could. Yeah.
Yeah, and how actually, so I put some document in the tool and then I got some summarization from it.
Yeah, you got suggestions made by our LLM that runs, or it uses some kind of ontology already predefined tools, let's just say, something like Fibo and such. And user only just look at it. Okay, does it make sense to me? It does, and I'm sorry, maybe I could like put once again the slide here to help me. And yeah, so it's like a suggestion. We got first our solution, look into our platform, Daviso. Does the term already exist? If it exists, okay, maybe it could be in a different form. And it suggests like a definition. It suggests relations across the whole enterprise. And business users just look at it if it makes sense from the business point of view. If the KYC, know your customer, is defined properly, and there are proper relations. If it does, then it just approve, just one click, and it's in the Daviso. If not, it could be edited, but it's also everything is user friendly, and our tool recognize the definition terms and such. Therefore, business users actually doesn't need any extra knowledge, data knowledge, but just to use the business expertise.
Okay, thank you.
And it's only for data governance or for also for making the action? Because if I understand, you put like the input is some new rule, some new relationship, and we want to put that in some documentation or do it like in the data warehouse.
We are just now focused on metadata platforms.
Okay, and what type of the input? Are there some rules for the input?
Yeah, so far, because it's a school project and it's a low budget, we just used any file. In the future, we would like to actually connect it with data platforms such Databricks, Snowflake, and such, but we would need capital for that.
Okay, thank you.
And we're asking for that, of course.
You were mentioning that you partnered with Daviso and that it can be implemented to other platforms, data governance platforms. Is there any issue with licensing or the connection to the database or to the platform?
Yeah, that's why we actually didn't do it. I'm sorry. And that's why we actually didn't do it, because it does not work for free version. You need to have a licensed version, and we didn't have like money for it. And Daviso was our partner, so it provided us a special version.
But technically, with the enterprise account on the other governance platform, it would work, or should. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
So now I will invite Team M on the stage.
Okay, hello, hi everyone. I'm from Team M, and I would like to start with a fun fact. Did you know that in Czech Republic there is 49,000 e-shops? That's the most ratio of e-shops per capita in the whole world. That's a whole aggressive market that is fighting for every customer. And one of the e-shop owners is John. John has 5,000 customers, and he has same promotion email to all of them. Same email and same budget. Same treatment of every customer. When John was analyzing his customers, he found out that 3 months ago, his best customer that was spending 38,000 Czech crowns annually stopped buying. No more purchases, and John was sad because he knows that he could have sent some promotion email and keep this customer, but right now, when he lost him, he has to spend 5 times more to regain him. And this is not happening only to John. In every e-shop, approximately 25% of customers leave every year. And also, only 20 customers generate 80% of their income. But John doesn't know which customer is in which tier. But what if John one day will open his CRM, Salesforce, and he will see that this customer number 1 is having this approximate CLV, which is customer lifetime value in the next 12 months. Also, he can see that customer number 3 is having a high churn risk, and he maybe should send him some email to keep him. As you can see, we actually used some tier to classify those customers to know how to actually treat them. We have gold, silver, and bronze. With gold customers, we suggest early access to new products, to have some exclusive VIP offers, and overall have them to protect loyalty and increase the order value that is already high. For this silver, we suggest some time-limited offer to kick them to buy and spend more, and also increase the frequency. And for the bronze segment, we suggest to send 1 or 2 win-back email, and if this will not be successful, at least it will be a clean exit for this customer, that we know that we don't have to spend more budget because he will leave anyway. How it actually works is we use the data from his Salesforce or any other CRM system. We upload them to our XGBoost model where we make our calculations. Then we send the results to Salesforce, and then we have those automated action for each segment, so John knows how those customers treat. When we talk about costs, we need some money to spend on onboarding and model training, so John has the best results. We also need some money for integration into Salesforce or any other CRM system. We also need some technical auditor that will check if what we did is correct, and also if some infrastructure and hosting so it will work. And all of this comes to 250,000 Czech crowns investment. When we come to our business model, we know that it's very competitive and that we need to infiltrate into market. So in first 3 months, we give them free pilot. We do some monitoring, we do some A/B testing, and when those first 3 months are successful, we take 5% of what he earned with our service. And from those from the third month next, we have some monthly fees as a service. When we come to the market that we are targeting, as I said, there is 59,000 e-shops, which generate 150 billion Czech crowns per year. But what we don't target to all of them, only to about 2 to 3 customers, for 2 to 3,000 customers, 2 to 3,000 e-shops that generate 10 billion Czech crowns. And when we make those calculations, it could generate us 500 million Czech crowns per year. So that's a lot of Johns that can be happy with our Themis. So come join our team M and invest with us.
So thank you for your presentation. As I understood correctly, if it is XGBoost, it has to be trained on something. It is trained on the company data itself, or do you have some pool of multiple companies where you train it on? And how do you train it? Because you label it in 3 tiers, so it should be labeled before the training starts for the test data.
Okay, so for the first question, yeah, so we have synthetic data, which we had from the CRM firm. They didn't really want to give us like real ones, so that we can train like on half of them and then test them on the other half. As for the training, maybe could you repeat the second one?
The labeling, if it should be labeled before.
So the model predicts a number, and then, for example, when it's gonna be 5,000 crowns, that's gonna be a bronze tier, and then so it's like based on the number itself, not like bronze, etc.
Okay, thank
you. Did you think about your target? I know you mentioned there how many e-shops are in Czech Republic, but each e-shop is different. There's a different number of so you know. So if you think about your target.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking like what is like the specifics that we are looking in the customer, that's a great question. We were thinking about a customer e-shop that is having at least 1,000 or 2,000 customers, and that is having from our like average 4 to 5 purchases per year.
So we are talking about small e-shops more.
I mean, small e-shops, and we can do also large e-shops, of course.
Like in that case, did you check your competitors? Because these e-shops usually use some basic platform. Usually, I think it's ShopTet or something like that. And usually these tools have already this feature in it.
Like the feature that is predicting their customer lifetime
predicting
value.
The segmentation. So it's different for them. What would you tell them? Why is your product better than the feature already, which is in their eShop tool?
We did a little bit of research of our competitors, and I know that the companies that are doing these predictions are pretty expensive. So what we offer is a little bit less expensive, a little bit cheaper, and yeah, I mean that's our main like strong point, that we are cheaper than those big companies that are taking a lot of money.
Okay, and you mentioned the automatization, which will be the output of that analysis, and the automation means only the labeling, or there will be also some another action, because in case of John, he has a maybe also problem with time preparing different emails for different audience. So did you think about also about that?
Yeah. So in our application, which we we just showed one table. There is a button where you can say, okay, this and this customer needs to be, emailed to or something, and there is gonna be an automatic email to them. For example, when we need when we know the prediction says, for example, he's gonna earn a lot of money if we send this email. Then you can. Oh, never mind. Then it's gonna be an automatic email saying, okay, yeah. Do we have? Yeah, we have only silver to bronze, but we can just we can make emails. Yeah.
So it will create like by AI the email for example, the high risk customers, and John just decide if he will send it or not.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that should be in the presentation.
I mean, we wanted to make it as simple as possible. Also, if you click on one of those customers, you can see the detail, you can see the exact features that we are developing our model on, as a screen time, how much they spent in the 3 months, 12 months before, and you can also adjust if you want to send 1 or 2 email, and it will calculate the prediction based on those adjusted numbers.
Okay, thank you.
My question would be, first of all, are you offering it as software as a service, I assume? That you can buy it and just connect the data from the CRM?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
If you are hosting it and providing the service, yeah. And my question would be, what data sources can you use as the input? You mentioned Salesforce, but can you use something like Google Analytics or something like that?
I mean, we are addressing Salesforce because Salesforce and the company that gave us this project is cooperating with Salesforce. So we have a contact and we know how to add on to this exact Salesforce. We didn't try anything else right now. We were mainly focusing on this one because we've also known that Salesforce is one of the biggest CRM systems and that he has a lot of customers around the world. So it's like the first step.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a question about your customers. Will the predictions differ from different e-shops? Like, for example, I can imagine that customers at the shop with candles will have different, will act different than the customers with a cloth shop. Will the prediction will be different from this for different shops?
I didn't understand the difference. I mean, we are looking for the specifics, as I said, to have some amount of purchases per year, and we also have other features. As I said, one of the most important is the time that they spend on our shop, how much emails they read, and etc. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
So it will be the same no matter what kind of e-shop this will be.
Let's say, yeah.
Thanks.
Did you use some MLOps tools like for automatic retraining and automatic labeling again when there is some data drift or?
I don't think so. We just predicted for each customer, we predicted like the number, and then just based on that number, we've set what kind of tier this person should have. Also, we did the churn rate, which means what's the possibility that the person just leaves and never comes back.
And did you deploy some automatic workflows, like there is some automations to predict these labels or churn rate automatically, like with the new data, like every week or something like that?
For now, not yet. But what we would like to do in the future is to have it more real time. For example, when the data comes, it's gonna automatically predict based on the new information. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
So now the last team before the break, and it's Team T.
Hello everyone, my name is Ondřej and we are Pocket Pitfall. Before I show you what we built, I'm gonna ask you one simple question. Have you ever played any racing game and wanted to get better? It doesn't matter if it's Formula 1, Gran Turismo, or in our case, Assetto Corsa. If you played any of these games, and it doesn't matter if it's any other game, your answer would probably be yes, of course, I wanted to get better. Now imagine you're sitting in the cockpit doing over 200 kilometers per hour, and there is sharp turn approaching. And you have to immediately decide what to do. Do you brake? Are you carrying enough speed? Do you start steering in? And so on. And in these moments, racers ask themselves, how can I become better? And since we ourselves are passionate Assetto Corsa racers, and we want to get better, so we analyzed the telemetry data, we studied tutorials on YouTube, how to improve, how to get faster. We compared lap times between each other, and so on. But we kept making the same mistakes, and we weren't improving at all, or the progress was very small. And we realized that all existing tools, coaching tools, offer pretty much the same thing. They give you feedback and analysis after the race, when it's all done. And we asked ourselves, wouldn't it be better to receive real-time feedback? Something like real-time coach? And that's when Pocket Pitfall was born. Your real-time driving coach. What it does? It reads live telemetry data and transforms that into live feedback from the coach. So for example, you are driving too fast and the coach will tell you, slow down, hit the brake sooner, or something like that. Imagine it's like if a real racing engineer was sitting next to you and giving you real-time advice. And where are we today? Pocket Pitfall is no longer just an idea. We have fully functional pilot version completed. And last week, we have even launched public beta on our website, where real drivers can register, and we will send them the beta version. So we can collect feedback from the drivers, validate it, and improve our coach even more. So, if you have liked our idea, we would like you to scan the QR code and join Pocket Pedal Beta today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. So, are the racers only target audience right now?
Mostly, yes.
And do I have to be in a predefined circuit, or can I drive anywhere I want and it works?
Currently, it's just one track, and we are
Where?
working. It's Spa in Belgium.
Okay, so pretty far from here. Okay, and so what is the plan for the next like few months?
Make more tracks and probably create some more like functional version for all the tracks and some subscription model.
Do you have any feedback right now from the drivers that were there in Belgium?
Not yet. I'm not sure what you mean with being in Belgium.
So you have one circuit. So have anybody tried it? Be there and drive? Or?
Yeah, it's in a game.
It's in a game.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's game.
So it's not real.
No, it's telemetry data from Assetto Corsa, which is racing game.
Okay, this is what I didn't get before. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, my question would be also again about licensing. If do you need some kind of licensing with the game producer, or if the data is available, like exportable in real time?
It's exportable in real time, and there are some like competitors, but none of them does this in real time.
Okay.
So it's publicly free, basically, the data.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about if I get go to the price. Do you have some estimate about pricing model in the future of the service?
We are thinking about it, so we would go with some. It was just an idea. We have 2 tiers for individual player and for teams.
Yeah.
So something like €5 and €39 was our idea.
Yeah. My little worry is because in many of these games there is also the racing line, which is some kind of suggestion how to drive. So there is some kind of feedback if this would be competitive enough. But yeah, for professionals,
the racing line is not the best.
I know
all the
it's
time.
sometimes it's the best. Thank you. Good presentation.
When you're racing, the coach is on your next monitor, or how it is work like that?
Can be on the next monitor, or we can have an overlay.
Okay, and how does it know where you are on the racetrack?
From the data that Assetto Corsa shows to
Oh.
shared memory, and we then download it or read it, better say, and make this.
Okay, thank you.
I will continue with this question. It's doing automatically, or the user has to like put the data somewhere? You know, because the users will probably not be like a data analyst or something like that. So for him, it will be hard to work with the data. So it's done automatically connects through some account, or how it will work?
Yeah, it's completely automatic. Basically, when you race in Assetto Corsa, it throws the data into shared memory, and we read it from there, and that's it. And the data then we then present. If you
So I just have to like put some information in my account in your
no. It just automatically completely connects, and you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
Just start the application, and that's it.
Okay, and now it's only for the Corsa, or because you mentioned also Gran Turismo at other games, so it's just only for...
It's for Assetto Corsa family. There's like 3 games that we currently have supported.
Okay, and did you think about some other games in the future?
I'm driving in Assetto Corsa, so not yet.
Okay. And sorry, my last question. Did you think about the Darket? Because for me, if I can't compare it, because I know my boyfriend loves Gran Turismo, so but I don't think he's such a player. He would like do this up with the coach. So if you do some analysis, how big percentage of this user are really into it, they would like to have this coach.
Well, that's a question. Basically, we think that many like beginners want to get better, of course.
Mhm.
And I would say quite a large percent wants to have some boost, especially from the beginning when you have no clue basically what you're doing. So it can really help you. But I have don't know the percentage if you ask that.
Okay, thank you.
I like the idea of the coach, and I wanted to ask you if you have a thought about using this in any other use cases. For example, not only in the game, but I can imagine that the person who just got driving license will need some life coach like this in the car. Have you thought about this possibility in sometime in the future for using this feature?
Well, not in like from driving school, but basically the data that we read from the game are very similar to real data from real racing cars. So real racing drivers who don't have maybe budget for it, but you know, if you're a racing driver, you kind of need to have budget, can use this as well, but we haven't thought about driving school now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
So thank you to the first batch of teams. On the racing note, we are slightly behind, so now we have a break, but let's make it shorter. So let's start again in roughly 17 minutes, and I will call the first team just after the break, but I will actually tell you who should be ready. And it will be teams D, H, F, B, and Q. So the break starts now.
And I'm going to invite you for some refreshment. It will be ready in a couple of seconds.
Thank you. So it is time to dive deeper to other batch of projects. So with no, you are ready, guys, here. Super. So without further ado, I will invite here Team D. The stage is yours.
Good day, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? Okay. First of all, I would like to talk about the business scale that we're facing. Have you heard of Citibank? Have you heard of Citibank? Anyone? Yes, of course. It's a really big bank. It doesn't process credit in for just one team, in one city, one country, but it operates in 90 cities, more than 200,000 employees working for them, handles many complex financial relationships worldwide, and supports many enterprises. So that's our main stakeholder. Imagine an inefficiency. 5 minutes here, 1 hour there. It sounds very small. However, if you think 1 hour multiplied by thousands of employees, multiply by many institutions across the globe, that creates such a business challenge. And that's where we identify our opportunity. We decided to help with the underwriting system. We want to create one AI underwriting agent which has a global impact. Next, please. Let me introduce to you to Adam, sorry. Adam is a credit expert. He receives a request from big institutions to process a multi-billions dollars of credit facility. So before he can apply his expertise, what does he have to do? His real work begins. He starts with going through many resources, going through many systems, reading multiple financial reports, validates, checking policies, checking the risk, and then he decides if he can approve that loan, that credit facility. But that can take months. However, those corporates, the bigger companies, they need to roll a loan to be approved immediately or as fast as possible. So what do? We decide to help Adam. We built an automatic AI agent. We built for him a team. So right now, Adam start his work. What's next? Oh, the AI agents that will help him. They do the research, they go through the reports, they they validate, and they give him the final reports. And Adam will validate, challenge, and decide if that works or not. So our goal, our vision, is not to replace Adam. We want to help him. We want to make the process faster. We want to, but also we don't want to rely solely on AI because we're a bank. that will bring so much risk. We cannot just put in AI, hey, can you give this company multi-million dollars as a loan? That is not possible. So why and what value we would bring to our stakeholder? So imagine 1 hour, as I said, here and there saved per day, per around 5,000 employees, credit experts globally, which is equal to 1.25 million hours saved per year. And if we calculate it financially, professionally, it comes to 94 millions of euro in value. And that's a lot, that's massive. That's just from saving one hour. Imagine if we save from months to just days. The impact is impressive. And our job is to maximize our stakeholder value. We want to make it faster, we want to bring more efficiency, and we want to make it bigger. We want to scale it. So who are the team behind Adam? Here, first of all, we have the orchestrator that works as a project manager. He will manage the whole project, the whole workflow. The next one is a data agent that will act as a researcher. He will find the resources that is good and helpful. The next one is a maker agent that reads document and create analysis. The next one is the checker agent that checks risk, numbers, gaps, quality. And the last one is Adam. He always has to be there. He has to be the human in the loop to capture, to challenge back the AI, and to make the final decision. So right now, we don't have just an idea on the slide. We actually have built a demo that works, that functions locally. We have a multi-agent workflow. We also have documentation of the process. And also we have a process of how human in the loop should be. So we have the process done already locally. And the next step is to merge it with the bank. We want it to be a part of the bank. So the next step is put it to cloud infrastructure, putting monitoring, bringing our technology, emerging with the bank technology, and scale it globally. So yes, that is our goal. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening.
So thank you for presentation. Can you explain a little bit more how interaction with agents looks like? What is the user interface for the users?
First, it just loads the documents, and then you have a chat interface where you talk with the agents and they will process the information.
And what about cooperation? I can imagine that the task of underwriting is given to 3 people. What if they want to collaborate and have one common agent background?
Yes, there is saved session ID that records the agent's memory and his contacts. So once you log in with this, you can go back where you left off.
So I have to have login of my colleague. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I would like to ask which customers or which markets are you focusing on? EU, USA?
It's supposed to be global and only larger companies.
Okay. My additional question would be, are you compliant with all EU regulations like the AI Act? Because I think you would be classified as high-risk software.
Yes, there are saved every step of the process with AI, every input, output, and its inner dialogue between the agents.
And the final output is verified by a human, I assume. Yeah, it's just assistance.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So you build one agentic workflow, or you are building the platform where you can automate the agents?
It's just an agentic workflow.
Okay, and what is the scalability? Can you automate there also different processes there, or it's only for
it's only
these
for
experts?
the underwriting for loan application.
Okay, thank you.
I understand you did this for the Citibank right now, right? Were there some question from Citibank about the privacy, because you put there some very high risk information, just as maybe some of their, I don't know what information are in these papers because I'm not working in the bank, but there will be probably some numbers which are not real you want to share with the world. So
Well, yeah, we are using external LLMs, so privacy is very important for us, but we didn't have to solve it here. But in the future, the data would need to be hashed.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you for presentation.
Thank you very much.
So minor change, we will now ask Team F. We have some technical troubles with the presentation of Team H, so we will fix it meanwhile.
So hello everyone. My name is Roman, this is Vlada, and today we are going to tell you an interesting story. But for us to start, could you please, everyone, choose a random number, any number from 1 to 500. Any number from 1 to 500. Got it? Now please raise hands, everyone whose number was higher than 50. So many people here, right? And I'm sorry, but you just lost a customer and you did nothing wrong. This is just how modern CRM system still works today. And this story about the problem that costs companies millions. And the strange part is that most teams do not even see this happening. So let's imagine a company. 500 leads come in every week and sales team can call maybe 50. So if your number was higher than 50 in a real company today, you don't get a call. And not because you are a bad lead, but because no one had a way to know that you were calling. We solved that problem at Anyhana Solution, the real Salesforce consulting firm. Their sales team was spending time on wrong companies, on companies that actually never were going to buy their product. And this problem is expensive in 3 ways. First of all, is time. Huge part of time of selling team goes to companies that's never going to buy. The second problem is speed. When right companies waiting for days to get a call, and your competitor could be faster than you. And the third one, the most dangerous one, is unseen buyer. When real buyers are never get called at all. They may be on your website right now, comparing options, ready to talk. But in the CRM, they they just look average. They do not look exciting on the paper. And they do not look exciting on the paper, and revenue never disappears with the bank. It just slightly never shows up.
So we built something to fix that. Every morning, your salesperson open one page instead of spreadsheet and see 5 companies ranked. Each one has a reason. Not just a number, but a reason. Like they ask for a proposal, go Colgate before it gets cold. It's what a good manager would give you when they have a time to read every lead. So it's also work in Salesforce, so there is nothing new to learn. And this part is even better. It's not about calls. It's also about how would not lost to your customer. Sometimes company looks boring on the paper, but in real life they are ready to buy, and our system catch it. Or maybe good leads goes quiet. Our system again catch it, and this lead not gone. And also we have an example from our use case. One company has a score 38%, but our system gave it 82. So it means by the old rules we lose, but the new rules we win. Do you remember the number you started at the beginning? So this is the lead you would lose, but when you use our system, you will win. And maybe you asked, so does it actually work? And we say yes. So when we use our new system, you can rank 64 real customers, but the old rules you can find only 31%. So that means 2 times more. And same team, same leads, but it's 2 times more. And this also turns into money. From 2 times more customers can give you from 15 to 25 more deals. And it means from 8 to 14 million crowns a year. No bigger budget, no more team, no new team. And you can only try our system by yourself.
So why does it matter now? Why does it matter now? Because today companies do not choose companies only by their product. They also choose it by treatment, by who answers first, right? So with our tool, you answer first. And we would like to finish this presentation with a quote that once William Edwards Deming said, that without data, you're just another person with an opinion. But this quote was sent in 20th century. And today, our team would like to extend this quote by, without a right tool, you're just another person with data. And that's what we did. We did a right tool, sales intelligence, when a real company does not wait for someone's opinion. It just gets a call. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question. You are telling that you are focusing on customers that are looking boring on the paper. In my understanding, a customer on a paper is it's a data about customer. Your prediction should be done also based on the data. So how boring customer based on the data does not look boring on your prediction, how the prediction is done, so it's not boring.
Yeah, it looks boring to evaluating system because currently in CRM system, the evaluation of potential lead is done in a bad way. And actually, this system thinks that this customer is boring, he doesn't deserve an attention of sales team. But in reality, if we implement a real good system with AI and machine learning, you understand that this customer actually is not a boring customer, is not boring company, and you should call it.
So you are using some kind of different evaluation process?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Have you actually validated the data? I wasn't sure if I get it correctly. Have you tested it on real customers? Is there like A/B testing or something like that? If your system is better than what the CRM or competitors offer?
Yeah. We had a data set of 30,000 customers, and we tested. We tried many machine learning models. We chose the best one of them, we compared the previous system, evaluating system, right, and ours. And as you saw in top 20 leads, our model finds 64 of them were really converted leads, when old one, like rule-based model, found only 31%.
And when I use it, the user interface, I can see the features which are the most important.
Yeah.
Thank
We
you.
have like many features there. You can ask for what is the best leads in Plzeň region, for example, and you get like AI answer for it.
Thank you.
So may I ask, what is behind this LLM, or is it some algorithm, prediction, statistics?
Yeah, we have two algorithms there because we have two main metrics. We have probability that the lead will be converted and probability that this lead will become a final client and close deal. And for both of these values, we have two models. Which is gradient boosting for the first one, and logical regression for win value.
Okay, and have you thought about some pricing? How much you will sell it, or it will cost?
Yeah, we do.
We thought about the pricing, and the first probable method is that we give our product for the A/B test for companies. They test it, and if it works for them, they pay us a fixed price to use it. This price will be 90% cheaper than Salesforce Einstein and other expensive models. And it can work from the box, and it can work very fast for them.
Okay, so but you are saying you have different algorithm better than your competitors, but you haven't tested it yet. So you are giving it first for the testing now.
Yeah, we think that by giving our product for the companies for the test, they can see the real value of our product. And it is better to have a customer that will be with you for a long time. And we should sell them our product in that way, we think.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question. What's the data source? What kind of data are you using as a source? If my question is really, how difficult is it to implement? Because each company uses different software. So how difficult would it be to implement to the CRM or other data sources?
Yeah, our project were concentrated on Salesforce. We have integration with it, we were concentrated on this CRM system, but understanding we would like to cooperate with different CRM systems. And depending on the data, we did some research and seeing how behavioral data in CRM system differs from CRM to CRM. We think our model are ready for new values or new data from different CRMs.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's everything.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You dealt well with the surprise. So now I will invite the team which we skipped, team H. Oh, there you are.
One. Okay, great. Can I start? Okay. So, hi everyone. I'm Nikita, and here is Alex, and here we are today to present our project, Loss Given Default via Advanced Machine Learning Models. And to start with, meet Adam, another Adam, by the way. So, this Adam is a customer of Raiffeisen Bank, and he took a loan from us. And the thing is, yeah, this is good actually. But then he paid 50% of it, which is, let's say he took a 10,000, right? So he paid 50%, which is 5,000, it's fine. But then due unforeseen reasons, maybe he lost the job, he stopped paying, which is bad. And now we want to understand what percentage of his money is lost forever. I mean, all the occurrence payments connected with collecting money and all this stuff. And the thing is, there is not only one Adam, but like thousands of Adams in the bank. So we actually need to basically know all like calculations about all of the like customers. And for those reasons, meet Jackie. Jackie is a risk analyst in a Raiffeisen Bank who does all this kind of calculation stuff, like smart technical stuff. And then like she uses, let's say, old-fashioned logistic regression glued together, which doesn't sound sexy, right? Logistic regressions. And it's not that efficient. So the next thing is that her team also needs to track more than 30 variables every month, which is not efficient as well. And it's time consuming. So we need to actually help her to make the processes more efficient and more, let's say, like to improve them. So let me outline the problem once again. The thing is that we want to create stable pools, not for just one atom, but many atoms, to basically get all the like predictions about the loss given default in each of them. And we need to get rid of the legacy logistic regression pipeline and to create a new advanced machine learning algorithm, which will be more accurate, efficient, and yeah, it's going to be faster. And for those reasons, I give you this.
So I think it would be a place to have at least a slight glance at how the whole pipeline is implemented. Don't worry, I won't bore you too much with technical details. At a phase one, first we need to actually create a model. We need to have a model that can predict the LGD score on a new data set, right? We started with around 53 features. Here it's 30 plus, but it's actually 53 that we reduce through iteration over and over until we pick the most important 10 features that keep from 90 to 95% of the predictive signal. So we keep all the important information and get rid of redundant data that would take a lot of time to take care of and vice versa. Then we move to the phase number 2, where we have a model that can predict now. It's been taught, and now it can predict on a new data set. So the output of phase 2 is that we fit it on this new data set, and we have one column with the actual score and one column with the predicted score. That's the output of phase 2. And that moves us right to the phase 3, where we can take the predicted score and actual score to create 3 pools. These pools are then ranked based on whether they are low-risk segment, mid-risk segment, or high-risk segment. So the output, the final output is one contract that has its pool associated with it. It can look like this. This is an example output. Here you can see pool number 1, pool number 2, and pool number 3. Most of the contracts fall into pool number 1, and there's only 8.2% of contracts in the pool 3. That's the highest risk pool. This is all interesting. This is our output, but what's more interesting too is probably what's the value? What value do we propose? Well, obviously, I have talked about the value proposition that we are going to build a more accurate model. But this means that we're going to have a more stable profit and loss. We're going to be better at financial planning, at financial management at a bank. Moreover, there's going to be much less burden when it comes to governance, since there's only one model now instead of 3 logistic regressions. And this will lead also to better recovery monitoring. And we are going to create a new challenger benchmark. In numbers specifically, this means that we're going to create a pipeline that's 3 times more simple. And what 3 logistic regressions used to do can be done now with just a 1 XGBoost model, and it can be done so more efficiently. As you can see, the Somers D is the most important statistic that we tracked. It's not really important what it means exactly. I'm just going to say in layman terms that it evaluates how well the model ranks contracts. So if there is one contract that belongs to the pool number 1, it should have a lower loss given default than a contract in pool number 2. That makes sense. And that's something that this Somers D tracks. It's the most important metric for bank as well. And as you can see, we have improved it by 20%. And we have worked with only 53 features, whereas bank has a huge data set of thousands of features that could be implemented in the future. So there's a lot of hidden potential, and this number could be improved much more so in the future. And the last important detail is that we have also ran this by the bank, and we expect that our pipeline maintenance, data engineering, and all encompassed is going to take 1/3 of what it used to take before. That's 2/3 of saved time for the future. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, you said that you are using XGBoost and it's better than the logistical regression that the bank used originally. Were you also considering, when you get to larger data sets, more features, about the costs of training the model? Because XGBoost is iterative, so with more data.
Yes, that's correct. It's going to cost a little bit more. But the whole cost for the past 5 years was 30 euros, actually. So it's out of question. Maybe it's going to be around 100 euros right now. It's still nothing if you look at the pluses that we are bringing and the number of man hours that we will save with this project.
Yeah. Thank you.
If I understand correct, this was the solution just made for Raiffeisen Bank, right?
Yes. This
And
is a proof of concept, actually.
okay, and it was done on their software, and it can be replaced in other solution, or can be.
You mean that we would use this model on something else?
Yeah.
Well, I think this model is like created for this specific task. I don't see utility.
I mean, for any other audience, like any other target, like any other bank, or if it's just specific for Raiffeisen Bank.
No, this is specific for Raiffeisen Bank.
Okay.
Specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have some feedback from real users for this solution? Have you tested it on real data?
Well, we have tested it on the real data. The metrics that we show you are real. And we have indeed improved it by 20%. But it's just a proof of concept. So we ran the whole pipeline. Now, the next step for the future could be to create, to convince the bank to invest money and time into this and create an in-wrapped, some kind of class wrapper, so this can go into production. We have created a notebook where all the steps are documented, so the bank can take it, learn from it, and implement it.
So am I understanding correctly, based on colleague's question, the solution is not based just on IFRS 9 regulation, but it's also for daily using for the bank needs?
Yes, of course. It's in line with the IFRS, but it's going to be used, when it comes to loans normally.
That's okay.
From user experience, I didn't see there how the front end is looking, or if there's some automation after that.
Yes. This was just a proof of concept, so we haven't dealt with front end yet. We just wanted
Okay.
to make sure that this is worthy of spending time on, and there's a lot of potential performance left on table that is worthy of exploration in the future.
Okay. Did you have some any future ideas or advice for the Raiffeisen Bank where it can lead?
I think that if you talk still about the front end, it's more connected with the back end actually.
Not even the front ends, but what can the models do? Because I know you have some input from Raiffeisen Bank what they want to do, but we know us from the data point that there are many ways how to improve more. So
I mean, to use their broader data set and to improve the model. This is like the future steps, I think.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you please
no,
rephrase
because
it?
you prepared the pooling, which is great.
Yes.
But what next? Did you have some idea how to work next with this user?
Well-
You can prepare also some more information for them or something like that.
Well, we have talked with our mentor. He's well aware of what the next steps could be. What we take from the pools is the loss given default, the predicted value, and it's fed into a big formula for the bank then in the future to calculate credit loss. So I'm not sure whether this
Okay, there
answers
wasn't
your
any
question.
need for any future update. It was just for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But it can be retrained in the future as the years come. Each year, the model can be retrained on new data and kept and protected against drift in this way with some thresholds maybe set for
Okay.
evaluation metrics.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So who's the next team? So it's team B. I expect some delicious presentation.
So, does anybody here like good food? And I mean a really good food. In the back, I see it here in the front. Okay, so imagine this. Evening, v Zátiší. The food is exquisite. The service is flawless. Everything looks perfect, right? Well, it isn't. Every year, Zátiší Catering loses almost 15 million in disappearing customers. And that's not great. And they do not leave just because the food went bad or anything like that. They simply disappear. And the management has no way of seeing and predicting before it's too late. So why does this happen? Let me introduce you to Adam. No, it's Hanka, actually, this time. She's a member of marketing team Zátiší. Before our solution, when she wanted to predict which customer is about to churn, she had to extract all the data from 3 different systems and merge it in Excel. And that's just really time inefficient. And when she found out which customers are at the risk, they were already dining at the competition. So we said, 21st century, fine dining cannot work like this. So we unified those 3 data sources into 360-degree customer profile. And it is not some IT dashboard that's useless and nobody will look into. We built a machine, an engine that stands on random forest algorithms that continuously evaluate the customer churn risk. It stands on these two models. One model is for club members, which we have more quality data on, because those are the members which are registered. So we have like transaction info and stuff like that. Second, we have model for guests and non-club members, which stands only on data from reservations. We know that our data have limits, but we extracted the absolute maximum from them. So if a regular customer starts extending his periods of time between his visits, our system will raise a red flag, high risk score, which will show Hanka from the marketing team immediately when the customer is actually in danger, and she can act on it. So tomorrow, when Hanka will go into the work, she will sit down at her desk, open our app, and it will tell her exactly which customers are at danger. And she can segment to risk levels, for example, and training her on this app takes like, 15 minutes? It's really easy to use. And we know that we cannot save everyone, okay? But even with our most humble predictions, if we save 10% of identified reservations that are about to churn, it will save approximately almost 1.5 million of Czech crowns. And that's great. So, before, Hanka could only count the losses. She could only see when it was too late. Now, she can see a little bit into the future. So, this is the difference between reporting churn and actually predicting it. So, on behalf of Team B, thank you so much.
So thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask how you calculated the return of investment. So you are thinking of like, if I leave, nobody else will come, or because potentially somebody else can come and have bigger spend?
Yeah, there's a definitely case where somebody else can just can come instead of you. However, we've calculated when someone already comes to you, you've already spent kind of some marketing on it, so it's the best to keep your customers. If you have a base of customers that are just returning, it's the best base you can ever have. You don't have to spend anything on marketing.
Because what if I'm fully booked? For example, I have like evenings fully booked. Is this product for me?
I mean, if you're fully booked, then I don't think that you have that problem. However, it's the question: are you fully booked, and is it because that you are spending money on marketing, or are you fully booked just because people are coming to you again and again? There are two differences in those things.
And your solution is solving what? From what you said, these two cases.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a video in the presentation that didn't play. There it is. All right. So our solution is kind of solving the problem of going through the data of the customers. First, the task was to kind of look into the churn rate, but we didn't do only that. We looked at the customers from a 360 degree and tried to collect any data that we could on it. Right now, the application that we have is working really with churn rate. It calculates what is the risk of the customer going to someone else or not returning. Not only that, but it calculates also the value of the customers, similar to the airshops like it was before. But one of our main ideas that we didn't quite yet finish, but it's the base for it, and I think it's one of the best things in the applications, is that we provided a segmentation for the customers. From the data we have, we, for example, tried to look at if he likes brunch, if he likes wine, and we've prepared an extract of the data for the customers to propose what kind of email or what kind of communication the firm should talk to with the customer. So it's not only about predicting, it's also about recommendation about the communication with the customers. And our idea for the future is to kind of connect it and could be really automatic.
Well, thank you.
Do you have some options to implement it to another company, to different companies? Is there any plan for expansion?
Yes. Right now we have it for Zatishi, and the base kinda is similar to all the companies. Not only fine dining, but with a couple of tweaks. It could be, for example, the airshops, anything like that. The only difference is right now we have, for example, the segmentations that's specific to the menu of the Zatishi. So with a couple of tweaks, there shouldn't be a problem.
And which companies are you targeting? Which size? Do you have some estimate or idea? Like small, big, large?
Yeah. Well, right now we are kind of looking at companies. It's quite a niche thing, but fine dining companies that collect quite a bit of data of the customers. So there's not really too much companies. At least not in Czech, I'd say. However, as I said, with a couple of tweaks, we could kind of shift into airshops, which is kind of the idea. And I think that there would be a real potential there too.
You mentioned that you don't want to do just a report or dashboard, but for me, it seems like a dashboard. So what are the other features there, or what you would like to plan?
As we work with Zatishi, their main goal to them was to see it in the data. So the dashboards that you are seeing is kind of what they really wanted. However, we've talked to them with the expansion, which is to connect it to the mailing kit and to recommend the mail. Right now, it's just in the data. They can export the data where there is a line or a couple columns that recommend what kind of email they want. So we can filter, for example, the mails. They can export it and send it even now. We just didn't connect it to the system to be automatic.
Okay, and for the user, as for, I think it was Hannah, sorry, so many names today, she can get some information like via email, or she has to look in this dashboard?
What kind of information do you mean?
For example, I don't know how big percentage of customers is probably in the risk or something like that. If she gets some information like on weekly basis, daily basis, or something like that, or she has to think about, hey, I have to check this dashboard.
Well, the idea, right now it's working that you have to check it manually. You have to open it, you have to see, and you have to, if you want to, for example, see the churn rate and then send emails, you have to manually export the data and send it. The idea in the future is that it's going to connect to the systems and be kind of automatic. However, right now, it was kind of a project about building trust. So we had to have the manual intervention of the person. So it's up to them what are they going to do with it.
Okay, and did you invest somehow how you could automate the input? Because now still Hannah has to like go to different tool, export CSV and then import it here.
Yeah, we've kind of thought about it. With the client that we have, they unfortunately weren't really ready for kind of connecting all these three systems. So we ourselves built a DACDB database where we simulate how a normal database in a firm could work. So we created that. With that, everything is working great. In real world, we would just connect it to the database, choose which ones. When it comes to the automation, right now it's built on the exports since they don't really have the database. In the future, it could be really easy just to connect it to the system through APIs, and there really shouldn't be a problem. The base is built for it just to tweak couple things, but right now it wasn't our goal to make it automatic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that you mentioned it, but what is the cost of your solution?
When it comes to kind of cost of running it, right now it runs locally, so we don't use any APIs or anything like that. It's zero. However, when it comes to kind of our work hours and stuff like that, we've kind of calculated that for Zátiší to be fully usable and help them build the warehouse, it would be about 30-40K. When we are talking about a new firm that is going to have totally new data, we are talking about 80 to 100,000. And after that, if there's maintenance cost, it's going to be minimal, just a couple of things. So yeah, that's about it.
The cost is one time, or it will
yeah,
be...
it's one time. It's built to last, hopefully. So after that, there's going to be like maintenance thing, but we are talking like 1 hour a month, and only if there is a problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. We are tuned for lunch, which is coming right after this team, the team Q. So, guys, please, stage is yours.
So, hello. My name is Wojtek, this is Anna, and I hope you're ready for another story, because this is where we start. This is Peter. Peter is a sales analyst in a big retail corporation. Last month, his boss invited him to an urgent morning meeting. The sales are down by 40%. Everyone in the room panics. Fortunately, Peter stays calm. He has his own insights, and after going back and forth with everyone, the issue is resolved. Actually, the sales are up and the targets are met. So the issue is resolved, right? Everything is perfect. Well, not really. Next month, the same exact issue happens again. Why is that? There's only one company, one database, but there are multiple dashboards, multiple analysts, and multiple numbers. So which number do you trust? Who do you trust? What is the correct answer? Let me go into greater detail about the problem. There are multiple different teams in the company. They interpret reality differently, which is not entirely incorrect. But when you try to consolidate, very often conflict happens. And once the issue arises, I can assure you it will happen again and again and again. So let us show you exactly how we made sure that this issue is resolved permanently.
So we created Semantics. It is your AI partner for reporting. It is simply an application You ask it a question, then something happens, and then you have your dashboard ready. So that something in the middle is our multi-agentic system with a semantic layer, where we store all the information about our data, such as business logic or our metrics calculation. But what does it mean for our clients? For the managers, they get faster and also more trustworthy results and information from the dashboards. For the business users, there's the biggest game changer, basically. They're no longer reliable on the IT team, and also they get faster their dashboards that they need. And third, we also help the IT and data teams, so we lower their workload, and yeah. And the numbers, the most important part, what does our application semantics bring? 3 times faster insights for decisions, over 1 million check rounds saved annually, and 100% consistent metrics across all teams. So semantics is not just about changing chaos into clarity, but it's also making reporting easier and more effective. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. As of now, a lot of tools are providing some semantic models or semantic levels of using it. If I use, for example, dbt or Power BI, you can set up metadata for this. Why use your platform? And what is the integration if I already have some semantic layers in my tools?
Yes, I think the biggest advantage you have is that you are not vendor locked in. Once you work with Power BI and you create something in there, in the environment, you are basically forced to stay there. If you decide to migrate to another tool that will help you get the insights from the data, it's very difficult. To go from Power BI and all the reports you have to a Tableau or to Looker, you have to spend hours and hours of work and consolidation. This is not a replacement for these tools. There is an abstraction on top of your data that allows you to work with the tools you like. So you have this semantic layer and our agents that allow you to create the reports, but you are not bound by that. You can still connect to the semantic layer directly to Power BI, and you work with the measures that are already defined. So you don't do more calculations, you don't define anything else. Everything is defined by the business users in the semantic layer, same way you would do it in Power BI, but you are not bound by the environment. You can connect to anything you want, and the measures will always be accurate because the calculation is hidden in the semantic layer. The engine is there, and all the queries are there. So business users only ever use already defined measures to build their visuals. Or if you don't want to build the reports, you can just write to our agentic workflow the content you want to see, and it will be created dynamically based on the metadata.
And is there some write-back possible? If I do something in your application, it reflects on the tool or BigQuery, Power BI, or something?
Well, technically, there is I would compare it, if you work in Power BI, what you do is you define relationships between tables, you define the measures, the same way you work with the semantic layer, right? You have to just have a bit different scope of knowledge for that, but business users basically work almost the same way. They define the measures, they define the relationships, and it's there, right? And this is basically, how to say it? The write back is, you work on a semantic layer the same way you would work in another environment where you define the rules.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to ask, because you are basically solving a data governance issue, or similar to it, but I'm not really sure how this helps, because how do you prevent that user creates like false metric or a metric with wrong calculation manually? Is there like an overreach that it checks the semantic models or the Power BI reports that are created, that there is not an issue made by a user?
Sorry again, could you just
Yeah,
specify the sentence?
my question is basically because you are saying that there can be two reports or Power BI reports that show different data, and there can be an issue with the calculations or metrics, and you are creating like AI agent and governance tool that can help to unify basically all the metrics and so on. If I'm
Well, basically, there is the semantic layer that you can connect to with your favorite tool. And then on top of it, we also build the AI agent workflow. So you can just work in your natural language, right? And you only pay for the tokens. I would compare it to Copilot in Power BI, right? But you are not bound by our environment. You can connect to your favorite tool, and it will always be consistent across all the different tools that you use.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to ask you what are your differences from your competition, because I think the Daviso, you can have their semantic layer too, and you have their business glossary and data glossary, which seems for me like better tool to use.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how Daviso works, but this is not about governance per se, but it's about another layer on top of your data warehouse, right? When you connect to a data, when 2 or 3 users connect to data, and they are tasked to create sales metric, inconsistencies can happen, right? They download the whole table. Right now, you have whole layer where everything is defined, and you only ever pull the already defined objects and you use them in your visuals, in your applications, and everything is done for you by the layer. It's more of it's closer to the data than to the business and sort of different glossaries, right? This is about ensuring that the data is always the same across all the use cases.
Okay, but that should ensure that you have the business glossary and the data glossary where are the definition done. And on top of that should be the semantic layer. Which,
well, of course, it is definitely compatible. If you want, you can create Daviso or Colibra, you can define the measures there, but it's important to specify. This is where you specify the data rules, right? This is where you specify exactly how the engine behaves and exactly what the data produces.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I still don't see how you provide the data quality here. We're talking about measures and numbers at the end, but if at the beginning there were different numbers for different people and all this data are getting into this semantic layer of yours, I'm still getting it as an output, a number I'm not sure I can trust. Is there some step where you doing the quality check of the data?
Well, yeah, everything is metadata driven. So the best thing, how to answer this, for each measure that there is, if you have any sort of KPI management, you can basically define this measure is this specific KPI, and it is defined in the semantic layer, right? And you said that there are, sorry, I'm not even sure what I'm answering. Yes, sorry.
Well, when you are getting wrong data at the beginning,
it's not
you're
about,
still getting wrong
maybe
data
we did
at
not
the end.
specify correctly the problem we are trying to solve. You're not getting wrong data. You are getting the same data set. Every analyst works with the same data if you have functioning data warehouse, right? But then when the analyst works with the data, he does the calculations. He does some specific definitions of how to calculate what we talked about, churn rate, right? You can create your own coefficients. And when you have a business rule across the company, to ensure it is enforced, you cannot cross-check any analyst to say, well, did you really apply the calculation the way it should be defined by our guidelines? No, you already have it in semantic layer, and it's calculated by you automatically. So then you already pull a measure object that you work with in the visuals, right? You don't pull data set, you connect to it, and you don't define anything.
So if I'm creating a profit measure and colleague create a profit measure, but the calculation is different, we are still getting different numbers for the profit value.
Well, yeah, but that's what the semantic layer is about, right? It's about consolidation of the business rules in one place. And there is clearly specified that this measure, total sales of our company, is calculated this way. And then when anyone connects to it, he brings the measure and it always shows you the same thing, right? If another department wants to calculate differently, they have to create another measure that is defined by total measures of our department. But then that's about the KPI management of the firm, right? This is about ensuring that the business rules you have defined on the company level are enforced in the data.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the teams. Thank you to all the protagonists. I'm writing down the names. And now it is lunchtime, and I think Camilla has something to say to you.
You will have lunch in about 15 minutes. I hope you are not hungry because we had coffee break an hour ago. So please wait a little bit. Thank you.
And then after lunch, we will start with teams. And I will tell you it will be team A, O, N, I, and G.
jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the jungle. The city keeps me distracted, but I know where I should be. Tell my mama I'm leaving. Just take your mask off and join me. I know you're dying to see all the secrets I'm hiding. One day soon I will find. I know I am close. I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly. I know I am free. I'm feeling alive. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the jungle. Want to get rid of the stress that builds within me. Oh, I want to take off my clothes and hang from a tree. Oh, one day soon I will find. I know I am close. I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly. I know I am free. I'm feeling alive. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Let's get together now, you'll see just how this life is supposed to be. Come on.
langosh, and I resisted. Really proud, because then I would fall asleep here. So now it's time for the third block. Let me briefly share with you how the afternoon will look like. So we will have now one more block. Then we will have a short break and a guest speaker. And right after the guest speaker, we will have the smaller final block. And then our jury will start counting and fighting and summing up all the points. So there will be quite time for you to re-energize and get ready for the final, which starts at 5. The final works usually in a way that no one knows except for me and Martin and the directorship over there. So we will be calling you team by team on stage. So everyone needs to be prepared, but only 5 of you will get on stage again. And now let's get started. So team A.
So hello. Let me start with a short story. Last Friday, I was in a bar drinking beer with my friends, having fun, but all of a sudden, 2 of them pulled their phone outside of the pocket, and they started learning new vocabularies on Duolingo. Instead of drinking beer, having fun with me and with all the friends, they were learning Spanish and German language. Duolingo has managed to transform something as boring as learning new language into global addiction. And this all just by one thing, building habits. Yeah. Sorry. But why can we implement something like this to the bank app? Because bank app is also not that bank app is boring, and learning new vocabulary is also boring. Why can we implement it just by building the space in the app for tasks that the clients can do, and they can track their progress and get some reward for it. It would motivate them to use the bank more, to be more engaged, have more fun, and make the bank app more fun place. But why am I talking about it? In Czech Republic, there are the average person have more than 2 bank accounts. They always have multiple bank accounts in different banks, but always they have one main bank account where their primary income is coming. They are paying with the bank card, with the card of this bank. So the space for Raiffeisen Bank is not now to keep acquiring new clients, but to engage the existing one into using the bank app, because 31% of the Raiffeisen Bank portfolio are secondary bank clients that are not using the bank on daily basis. They are using it just because of some particular element or some one product. For example, the saving account. But this when we look at the hard data and the hard numbers, we know that every secondary client is making 100 is generating the bank 120 crowns less for every month than the primary one. So we want to transform the clients from secondary to the primary one.
Yeah, so now our solution comes in. We developed the challenge assignment agent. How does it work? Usually the banks nowadays, maybe for the last 20 years, they really know a lot about you. We use the transactional data, behavioral data, demographic data, etc. And every month, this agent is going to process this data and assign
to each secondary customer in personalized challenge. And if the customer is going to complete the challenge, he will be rewarded, and that's, in our case, 500 Czech crowns. So here are the challenges. Unfortunately, due to the time possibilities, I'm not gonna go through all of them in detail, but I think they kind of speaks for themselves. For example, it's pretty likely that the agent is going to assign the subscription challenge to someone young, who's having subscriptions, etc. But we can get back to them in the questions. And now, why do we even chose to go through this personalized way? We've made a research, and we found out that there's around 6-7% conversion rate in classic campaigns. But if we personalize them, it gets to 12%, which is the 70% lift, which is, I guess, amazing, 71%. So that's why. And Michael is going to talk about it more.
Yeah. I will talk about the return of investment. The 500 crowns as a reward may seem kind of expensive for the bank, but after we transform the client from the secondary one to the primary one, and he stays as the primary one, and we have evidence and testing from the bank that it normally stays like this. After 5 months, we get the 500 crowns back from him, and after that, when he's primary client, it's just pure profit for us. And when we launch our challenge assignment agent for the whole base of clients, we have estimated that it will generate more than 25 million crowns in the first year after launching. So let's bring the full cycle. Banking doesn't need to be annoying, and bank app doesn't need to be boring. We can make it a more engaged place. We can make it a more fun place, not just boring app they need to use because they need to, but they can use it because they want to. So let's play win-win game with the clients and make it profitable for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you please show us back the slides with the challenges, because it was too fast. I didn't have the time to read all that. Okay. And so the target audience is all secondary users. So young people and also old people.
Yes.
And these challenges are defined to target my grandmother too, like any others.
If she is using bank app, yes.
Okay.
Because the communicating channel are emails and bank apps. So we are not talking about the dormant clients. They are not using the bank at all because we wouldn't have the data about it. But we are talking about the clients that are using the bank for some specific reason. We have some data about them. We have some transactions. They are using maybe just single product, but yeah.
And is it based on some data or some research, or is it like just brainstorming?
Yeah, maybe I would also that these challenges are going to make the secondary clients main. So it's also the challenges I made for the bank to make the profit. So for example, the account deposit is going to maybe produce more revenue than some other challenges. So the goal is also to make the customer main.
Did we answer to your question, or do you want?
Yeah, and so what is like the product? That some features in the app that you developed or the idea?
No. We developed the agent that is just choosing
The
which
agent who is-
Yeah. We the challenge. The agent gets the data about the transactions of the client products. And for example, if we have client that have a lot of money on his account and he's not using it, it's more likely he maybe gets the investment challenge.
So it's personalized.
Yeah, it's personalized. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing because the agent is making it more personalized. Like,
But you will get one of these 5 from the agent. Like it's predefined.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you succeed, next month you don't get anything because you are the main one. But if you don't get it, if you don't if you don't accomplish and the challenge, you get different one.
And it's large language model or some prediction model.
It's prediction model. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the the next best offer. Like you get the challenge that you are most likely to accomplish and to succeed in it.
Okay. Thank you.
May I? How is first primary client is defined? Because I don't say how the challenge to invest 10,000 one time will make me the primary client.
Yeah, there are some challenges that are not that useful that we were talking about with the bank, but they were strict about the challenge being there. They told us we want to do different challenges. The most challenges that have most efficient are the first 2 because you define the main client as the client that deposits more than 15,000 crowns each month and he's using the card more than 3 times a month or 10 times a month. Yeah.
Aren't these first 2 steps already used in some other campaigns from this bank?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. They have these campaigns launched for the new clients. They are actually the bank that is acquiring the most clients in the last 2 years. They increased their portfolio big time, but now they want to transform it to the existing clients because they know there is space because 1/3 of their clients have the bank, but they're not using it. So they want to give them rewards as well, not just to the new clients, but to the existing one.
Yeah, I think only this kind of reward they are having right now is for the better deposit, the rate on the saving account. Yeah, but that's not here.
Yeah, that's right. They have now the product that when you use the card frequently, you have better saving rate. Yeah.
Okay, and one more question. Have you done your research about how other banks are doing this type of challenges?
We did research, but we saw that most of the banks are not doing it. They are doing it for the new clients. More for example, Komerční banka, they are giving new clients now 4,000 for a new account, but they are not using it for like for the existing clients that much. Some banks use cashback or some like Revolut and these kind of companies, fintech, but not the big like these conservative banks that much. Yeah.
It already exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's some different ways. That's why I'm asking, but it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you approach clients who do the challenges and then go back to use their primary bank?
Yeah, we were talking about this. We were discussing with the client or the Raiffeisen Bank, and they told us they have evidence that 80% clients stay as the main one. After they know it from the new clients. They test on new clients. I think we were talking about this. It's different. This new client, he's like creating the bank for some purpose. It can work differently, but and also when we are doing the research about building the habit, if the habit is built after 40 days, so if you give them these kind of challenges for 2 months, they stay there.
Okay, thank you.
And one last question: why to use the personalized chatbot? Why not to run all challenges for every user? Because more challenges you have, then.
No, because we don't want to spam the clients. We don't want them to be spammed. We want to launch it directly with something personal, that they will, if you have something that is not personal for you, you will ignore it, and next time you can have it personal, but you will ignore it because the first time it was not that personal, it was not that good for you, and also the bank, like, that's why. But we will also do the A/B testing after that, because we have now some data, but after launching it, we will have more data about it, and we can use some machine learning to make it more efficient after launching. But yeah, it's better to launch it somehow better on the first time, not to do the spamming that much.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
So I already saw that team getting ready before they were quite nervous. You shouldn't be nervous now, you should enjoy it. So I will ask Team O. Enjoy it, guys.
Good afternoon. Well, to start, could you all please raise your hands? Everyone, could you do it for me? Please, everyone raise your hand. And now keep it up if you have ever ordered something at Alza. Look around you. Well, I'm not amazed because Alza is the largest e-commerce platform in the Central Europe. So you will probably know these pages, right? You have ordered something here. Well, did you notice that Alza has their own Alzi Assistant, which we called Alzi Assistant AI chatbot? It looks like this. And on the first side, it looks great, right? It's giving answers, probably. You can write to it. But it's not that great as it looks. It's giving bad answers. It's taking too long. And how do we know it? Well, numbers say it. The resolution time for each task in the chat takes more than 1.5 minutes. That's too long for just simple task. When the task is not resolved in the chat, it's transferred to call center, and 1 in 3 conversations through the chatbot are transferred to a call center. That's too many. And when you get to the call center, you spend here more than 16 minutes in average. Spending 16 minutes in average to just resolve simple task because which Alza called AI couldn't solve your simple problem. Customer satisfaction, 3.5. Solid, but for a company like Alza, I don't think that's enough. We didn't think it's enough, and Alza also. So we decided to help them, because if we take it in a full scale, 160,000 customers every month hits our Alzi Assistant, Alza's chatbot. And if we consider 30% handover rate, that's nearly 50,000 customers every month hitting that end. 50,000 customers every month. That's like more than 500,000 customers every year. 500,000 customers that are frustrated, that are bored, and that are angry. And do you know what angry customers do? They just leave. And that's a big problem for Alza. That's 500,000 customers that could leave immediately. So that's where we stepped in and helped Alza with their problem. How did we do it? Well, it looks simple it looks simple in the big picture, and it should, because it starts as the same. Customer writes anything he wants inside the chat, and as he writes it, he just gets the answer. But now, before the answer is given, the question comes through our AI intent catcher, through our AI that understands the intent. It routes to the right process, because Alza also had the business processes behind it. They had all business processes, they have all their routes. So we just integrated AI into their business processes. We didn't change them. We just integrated AI inside them. As I said, it routes to the right process, and the issue is then resolved or transferred to call center. But the simple tasks are now resolved just in the chat. You may ask, that looks simple, but it's not under hood, because under hood, that's the magic. There's many technologies we had to use. All the solution lives in GCP. We use LangChain for the LLM calls, and also all the all the chat interface lives in Vocals. These technologies are not just some average school project. That's a full stack that could work in a serious tech company, and it works because we came through a big audit at Alza, and we successfully deployed this solution to a production. So nowadays, that's how it looks now. You can open it on your phone, you can open it on your laptop. It already lives in Alza. Now, if you chat with Alzi Assistant, you chat with our solution. And at the first sight, it looks simple, right? But it should, because you as a customer, you don't need to know what is inside, what is under the hood. You just need, you need your answer fast and reliable, which it is. And how do we know it? Well, numbers say it for us. We added from production. We know that our solution gives more than 50% accuracy that before solution. Also, the resolution time is down by more than 50%. We know it from the production data. We know it from the real chat. And there's a business impact also. And I think that's the part where it gets more interesting. Well, last week, we got more than 50% fewer operator transfers. That means half the conversations that ends up at call center now are automatically resolved in the chat. Amazing, right? I think it is. And what does it mean for Alza? Well, for their call center, it means that we can save them more than 2,000 agent hours. That means that employees of Alza can spend their work more effectively. They can really try to solve the real edge cases, the real problems that customers have. They don't need to answer some simple questions that could be resolved in the chat. And the cost for all this, I think the numbers say it all. I'll just let it sink because I think it's a fraction of check round, and for a company as Alza, it's barely nothing. And if you didn't like these numbers, I want to take this number from this presentation. Only this week, we served more than 20,000 customers in live, in production. Real problems, real edge cases, and the customers were satisfied. How do we know it? Well, we have the data. We are in the production, so we just know it. So that's the AI intent catcher developed, fully deployed, and I think customers will give it not just 3.5 stars, but 5 stars. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So what is the scope of your agent? It can only help you with product search or product parameters?
It's not just product search. The existing Alzi, as my colleague here said, it lives there. We are doing just the routing to the right business processes. These business processes, we call them process lines, and these are things like claims, starting a new claim, or asking about ongoing claim, or also asking about the products. What are the parameters of the given computer you are looking at? Or, I don't know, some coffee machine. You want to make coffee, you don't want to spend more than 20,000 Czech crowns on the coffee machine. You just ask the Alzi, and we route you to the right business process.
Okay, so you created some API flow, or what was like the product that you are selling? Or?
Yeah, it's a stateless, dataless microservice. It's just after a fast API, just minimal call. We didn't even include it in the presentation, but it resolves the tasks in, I think, around 600 to 700 milliseconds. So the customer doesn't notice anything. He gets just the side message, or how to say it, and then he's routed to the right business process, which helps him resolve his issue.
Great, thank you. And can it see, for example, estimated delivery date also, or some other attributes that are on the web page?
Our solution is just the routing, and it routes you to the right process. There is a process for this, so that it just routes you to the process which knows your delivery date and the process line, which already exists, but the customers, as of now, had the issue that they couldn't get to the right process line. That's why they were getting into the call center, and they were waiting in lines. So with this solution we proposed and also implemented to the production, all these issues are resolved much, much faster.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know what Alza used before they implemented your solution? Like, was it the buttons where you choose the which business process?
Yeah, it was also the buttons, but there was also an NLP side. It was, I think, IBM Watson, and also with the vocals, it came some NLP intent catchers, but they were not that reliable. So that's why we implemented the LLM layer with just a small LLM model. As of now, it uses Gemini 3.1 Lite, and it's extremely fast and reliable.
Thank you.
Maybe just add that the buttons will stay here because that was Alza's decision. So, but it will not work the same. But the button stays.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
If some else company would be interested in your solution, do you think you will be able to implement it?
Yes, quite easily. The solution was just tailor-made for Alza, but the solution is could be generally available for all the other companies. The only thing you have to change is just the process lines and the business processes you have available for our process planner or intent catcher to route to. So that's all. Just change the database or the intent of the databases, and that's all. Maybe you would also need to change prompts a little bit, depending on the domain of the eShop or maybe a whole another company. But yes, it could be generally, I would say, in under a day with no problems, implemented in another company.
Okay, thank you. And did you do some testing? Because the prompt which was there was nice. I wouldn't say that many people would use it like in this way. So did you do some testing with some?
Yeah, we had many testing. We had also some test cases that Alza gave us. There was, thousands of lines of different questions with different answers and linked to specific business processes. So before actually landing it, we tested it, and also before actually landing it to production, we were in development stages where we tested with Alza's employees.
Yeah, also with Alza employees, and as of now, it was also with A/B testing on the customers. So both the solutions were running together, and we were deciding then to compare them and decide which one was better. It was clearly ours.
Okay, and for now, it's just only on a website, or it's already in app?
No, it's whole, also in the app and the website. It's live in production everywhere.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
And now I will welcome the next team, Team N.
Hi, let me start by asking you all a question. Please, show hands. Who here has seen one of these course evaluation surveys before in INSYS? Yeah, that's good, many of you. After all, you are all ambitious, you fill them out. Now, please raise your hand again if you think that someone on the other end actually goes through them, reads them. Okay, a few believers, let's say. Continuing, maybe you've seen one of these open answer feedbacks before. Maybe you have filled one of these yourselves. Many people do. In fact, let me give you a number. 721,199. That's how many answers were given in the last summer semester alone. Approximately 55,000 surveys, and the number is likely to increase. Now, it's not that the faculty doesn't care. It's more of a data processing challenge. What do we do? Well, there is already sort of a solution available, a Power BI report, which looks like this. I mean, when you look at it, it contains spam, chaos, and overall messy data. In fact, a lot of guarantors and teachers look at it and go, this requires too much manual work, too much extraction. I don't want to do any of it. I am just giving up. Unfortunately, when that happens, the insight that is valuable gets lost. This begs the question, how do we make open answer feedback easier to understand and more actionable? Well, we tried doing exactly that. Instead of one wall of messy data, we try to provide a condensed, structured report for every course separately. We try to filter the answers that are frankly nonsensical and turn them into a few paragraphs. We create a text summary which tries to look at the overall student sentiments and produce a short report about it. We analyze the historical trends to see if there is a given data point in the data that is either a single outlier or there is a real historical trend underneath. Another important thing is the lecture comparison. If there's a course that is taught by different people, we try to find meaningful gaps that the students wrote about them. And last, the potential risks. We try to find early warning signs and flag them before they turn into a bigger problem. Now, what does it cost to deliver this kind of solution? For us, it came down to efficiency. $3. That's how much it cost approximately to run our solution for every course that is currently taught at the Faculty of Informatics and Statistics in API tokens. That's the price of a single cup of coffee. Additionally, we project that we can save at least 220 hours of highly paid or not so highly paid academia time per cycle, so that guarantors and teachers can spend their time doing more valuable things. Now, there were certain requirements we had to meet. One of them was to actually prove that guarantors and teachers are willing to use our solution. This was done by validating and testing with our current dean, Mr. Ota Novotny. Sadly, he's not here right now. We had to enable comparison across courses, so that means the report has to be standardized. And most importantly, our solution has to be AI Act compliant. Because of these reasons, we could not just take the data and drop it into a public large language model. We had to create a system of our own. Our pipeline runs twice a year at the end of each semester and contains a few key steps. We take the student Parquet dataset about surveys, ingest it, we validate the scales, we try to filter the spams and placeholder tokens so that now we have no analytical noise. We then continue with the analytics engine, which is we do calculations in Python locally, the historical trends and deviations, so that the math layer is separate from the AI layer to prevent the AI from hallucinating. And then the AI. Its sole job is to condense and summarize text, as I said, so it does not create hallucinations. Now we have the reports, and we need to export them into a number of formats, PDFs, markdowns, CSV files. We take the CSV files, put them in Power BI, where we have built a schema, created filters so that the guarantors and teachers can see and filter through our interactive reports and finally gain some insight. So remember that solution chaotic wall of text that I've shown you earlier? Well, now it should be much more manageable. So with VoiceFlow, we try to achieve that filling out these open answer feedbacks make sense again. With VoiceFlow, we try to give every student a voice. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, how do you measure? Well, if I understand it correctly, that is like the deterministic analysis, but is there like a summarization of the text? Is it also deterministic, or is it like large language model of the? Because what I am basically asking, if like how do you measure the accuracy of the summarization? And I wasn't sure if I get it correctly from the presentation.
We are testing it with Dean, and we work on the feedback he gave us. So we had to change it a little bit, but he was really happy with our solution.
Yeah. Okay. And were you also thinking about redesigning the form, the initial how to get the data? Is it possible, or like
how do we get the data?
If there is possibility to change the form, how
In
does it
Insys,
look like?
you
Yeah,
mean
in
like
Insys, yeah, the Insys.
We weren't allowed to. That's what we were thinking. Maybe when you filled one of these before, for example, there is an answer about a number of hours you spend on the course, but you can like insert anything. It doesn't really make sense. But we weren't allowed to so far. It's too, I guess, I don't know what to say.
The school system is very restrictive.
Very restrictive, yeah.
Do you have some output example?
Do we?
By any chance? So is it like summary? I've
Not
seen that
he-
it is like a README file or something like the Markdown file. So is it like the summary, or because my colleague asked if the LLM model like sum up all the text answers to one paragraph, for example? Yeah.
As is in the presentation, we put it in 4 paragraphs. The textual answers are only in like 2 or 3 of them. One is purely about numbers and history of the numbers. One is about teachers, which was for Autonomity the most important thing, to see how the teachers develop or get better or get worse. So
Okay.
So 4 paragraphs.
Have you discussed any other sources than this feedback formula to your tool or product, or?
Oh, you mean so that we have other sources for like rating the teachers, not only the
like Sheborets or something like that.
Sheborets,
Because
Sheborets. Yeah, it's a good thought. I don't think we discussed that. I'm not sure who actually handles Sheborets. It's not like an official site, right? Like someone else has it. We are
It could have relevance because it's like opinion, but yeah,
It's more unhinged.
it was just a question. Thank you for answering.
It's actually a good question. We talked about it for a bit at when we first got the specification, the project, but this should run as a part of the wider school system. So we couldn't really get our hands on data on Sheborets, and we wouldn't really want to put it in school system.
The audience is the dean, or it will be also for the teachers, like the output, the report?
Mostly subject guarantors and course guarantors, the people that people like Otta that I'm sorry, that are the guarantors of either subjects or the whole university course, such as applied informatics, data analytics, for those people, and also for the for dean's office. It shouldn't really be just for the teachers.
Okay, and the report will be just the sum up, or there will be also some idea to improve?
We had to do, just summarize it. We couldn't really, because of the AI Act, we can't really just let the AI tell people what to do. So we only summarize. It's just a basis for wider conversation with, between the garant that reads the report and the teachers that are written about in the report.
Okay, and the garant get this information at the end of the semester to the email, or he has to go to this report and download the PDF or read it from the report?
He has to go to the report. It should be, what we wanted to do was implement this as a next page in a wider, like higher up BI report that the school has. We just have a new page there. The guarantor could click on it and be like, yes, I can read it. Just not much manual work, but he still has to seek it out.
Okay, thank you.
One more question. How difficult would it be to implement to another school? If, for example, another university wanted something like this, would it be possible? And how difficult, if you have some estimate?
I think it would be pretty manageable. You would basically have to change the column names so they are equal to their system. But other than that, it should be pretty easy. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
So as far as I know, Otta will show up here today. So next team, Team I, looking forward.
Ten hlavní čudlík.
Tu ten.
Jo.
Do you know what this is? This is just your normal day at your work. Files, threads, notifications, more and more created every single day, more than anyone could ever read. We have so much information at our fingertips, and yet, the moment you actually need help, none of it has the answer. And it all comes down to one question: who? And it is the one question no search bar can actually answer. And that's why you spend on average 9.3 hours every single day just looking for information. That's more than one full working day. And it's like paying 1 in 5 people to do nothing but to hunt for things. But the thing is, a lot of these searches end in fail. And that's because most of the knowledge that you were looking for was never written down. It lives in your people. It lives in the conversations they had, in the problems they had solved, and the work they simply do every day. And this is probably the most valuable knowledge that your company has, the human knowledge. So instead of wasting 9.3 hours every single week, you can just ask the right person who could tell you in minutes.
Now, let's introduce our client and our inspiration, the New Originals, Europe's leading tofu producing company with experts in 7 countries and 11 production sites. When they came to us, the request was simple: help us find people across factories. But we realized that it's not only that. First, job titles are not enough because you never know who has the actual knowledge you need today. And second, as Petra from HR said it very nicely, it's about losing potential and limited cross-department visibility. And that's when we realized what our challenge is. We need to find the hidden but very important and very crucial information and make it visible. And that's when SkillWiki comes. SkillWiki is here to make the knowledge behind your people visible. SkillWiki becomes the bridge because you all have the information in your organizations, but it's spread into pieces. Some pieces are in the HR data as the job titles, but others are in your existing tools. What SkillWiki does is takes these pieces from your existing tools, such as Jira, Confluence, GitHub, and connects it and gives you the right expert. Yes, SkillWiki connects because it's all about connections. In order to make this work, we had to make a lot of connections. We had to connect people, we had to connect their locations, their skills, and their technologies. But because we go even beyond, we connected the real knowledge, the real projects, the real activities, and as we like to call it, the activity evidence. So how does this look in the technical way? The brain behind our project, the knowledge graph. But the user does not use this technological complicated thing. They simply use their natural language. You ask a question in your natural language in our chatbot, and SkillWiki behind the scenes searches the knowledge graph. For the user, the answer is simple and fast. But for your company, the answer is reliable because it only searches what's there from the connections. 3 moments where SkillWiki changes everything. We've all been there, the first days in work. You don't know who to ask. Well, SkillWiki does. Second, the manager is building a dream team for a new project. Well, SkillWiki knows the past projects and has the right people for it. And third, cross-factory, cross-departments. For example, Factory A has a problem, well, Factory B connects you. And many more. As for the numbers, we asked multiple companies as well as new originals, and they said this could bring 90% less time searching for the right people, from hours to minutes, and approximately 80k euros spent per year.
And how about the market? Is the market ready for us? Yes. And the opportunity is big. Knowledge management is already 23 billion euro market, growing at 14% a year. But we are not chasing all of it. Our target is specific. It is mid-sized companies that operate across more countries. And in Europe alone, there are over 75,000 of them. And nearly 5,000 of them already use AI and Microsoft. So they can start with SkillWiki right away. And that's exactly where we would begin. But of course, we are not in the market alone. And we want to be transparent with you. But that's not the bad thing, because it proves our point, that this problem is real and it is worth solving. But what differentiates us from our competitors is that they search what's written down. We look for people who know. So, who was your team behind all of this? It is just 4 girls who truly believe that their one-of-a-kind product could break through the tech world. We have our 2 main engineers here, Nate, and our head engineer, Vicky, who we actually named SkillWiki after. And then you have Simcha and me, Ivcha, and we try to look more on the business and product side of things. So if you're ready to unlock the full potential of your company's knowledge, let's connect. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So my question is it looking for some like documents or only searching for the project structure, organization structure? Because Firstly, you said that it is connected to the documents or SharePoint or sites relevant, but at the end you said it is searching for people, so I was a little bit confused.
So the goal is to actually leverage the information that are in the tools such as Jira, who works on which tasks, or GitHub, who works on also which tasks, and gather information about the individual employees and build like their skill profile, and the skill set will be essentially represented through the knowledge graph. So with that logic behind that, we can map out who has which kind of the skills. So it's not about searching the documents, but building the actual knowledge. What kind of skill sets do we have in the company?
And is it matching on a name of the employee, or like in one system I can imagine I can have different name or technical name?
So actually we use the synthetic data for our MVP, but in reality we would need some kind of system where there would be like mapping between the employee and the account that it will be used. So maybe based on email account or maybe some kind of ID, there's possibility that the person has more ID, so we would need some kind of mapping.
Okay, so how long it will take, for example, to implement this in different company? With what are the connectors you have developed yet?
So for now, we are making a plan for the new originals. It's only a plan, but for now, for our MVP, we use synthetic data. So in production, we do not know how long it would take, but we tried to use the data we made and try to put it in the Copilot. So it doesn't take that long, but maybe extracting the data from the system would take longer.
Okay, thank you.
As I understand, your client is already using this solution?
No, not yet.
Okay, so you are now in like a testing phase?
Yes.
Or...
Yes.
And how does it looks like?
So for a company...
So we tested the scenarios that are the most typical our users would ask, so location, skills, and etc. And as you know, this product is like for everyone who works in some kind of company. So
maybe my question is more like, what will be the next steps for the testing, or this will be just enough, and then the next plan is production? Like, what's the future you see with your tool?
So as you know, our product is for companies that operate across more countries. So maybe we would start with one site at a time, and then we would expand.
And also, because SkillWiki runs only on the knowledge graph, we tested it and the answers were right because we make the connections, so then the answers are correct. So for us, the most important thing in the production in the future will be really building a strong knowledge graph, having the right hierarchy, and then joining other systems, and then testing it only in the knowledge graph. That's why we even created our own interface, so that we could really test if the connections are correct and working.
Okay, thank you. And as I understand, you would like to continue to sell this product to other companies. Did you think about some pricing or extra?
So our product will be SaaS subscription based, so per employee per month. And the pricing would really depend on the size of the company and the complexity of the systems they already have. So if you are interested, we can, have a meeting and we can discuss.
Thank you.
Do you know which size of companies are you targeting? Who do you think might be interested?
Yes, it's mid-sized companies, so around 500 employees.
Thank you. And if you compare it to, for example, Copilot, which is already integrated in many Microsoft services. For example, it has access to GitHub, it has access to SharePoint, and so on. do you think, how do you think this compares to Copilot? What's the competitive advantage of your product?
So Copilot just searches what's written down, yeah. And we build the knowledge graph that's reliable, and that's our main competitive advantage, the knowledge graph.
So the database and connections that you discover.
And also, ideally, we would want to use more robust solution, not just a solution in a Copilot, and maybe use some advanced model to complement that.
Thank you.
Have you already developed some connections, to some systems like Jira or anything else?
We actually did not use Jira because we do not have access, but we try to take the data, real data from GitHub.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And now we have last team before the break. It's the team G. And it's again new originals.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mikuláš, and I am here together with Dominic, and the rest of our lovely team is over there. And we are really excited because we are about to show you our application, AI Form, that we have developed for the New Originals company. Meet our friend Maria. Maria loves working at the New Originals company, Europe's leading tofu manufacturer and innovator. She's really excited about what the company stands for, and she genuinely enjoys her job. So, life at the New Originals company is perfect. No, sorry, it's okay, but but not everything is perfect. The part of her job that she doesn't like is manually collecting business data using Excel spreadsheets. And I don't blame her, because this task is a time-consuming administrative burden. And even worse, it's prone to human errors. And as you can imagine, her boss ain't happy about the errors either. And that's why we have stepped in and developed our application AI Form that makes collecting data faster, more reliable, and for Maria and everyone at the company. Our web application is a comprehensive solution, including an AI chat assistant and a workflow for sharing, reviewing, and approving forms and the data inside of them. And all of this in just one application. The main benefits of the chat assistants are autofilling, pre-filling fields for the user because it is connected to the company's data sets. It also guides the user if he doesn't know anything. And last but not least, it validates the inputted fields against the business rules and also against the grammar.
So let's get back to our friend Maria. One slide back. Let's say she got all the information she needed to fill out the form. And now what? She can, maybe she needs to pass it to a colleague or assign it to him. So perhaps to someone who knows the field a bit more and can complete the form. Perhaps she needs to communicate some other information and get to the form later. Or the form is all complete and she needs to send it for a review to a select designated person at the company. Well, that's where the second part of our solution comes in, the workflow. We offer a workflow based on email notifications to minimize the complexity of the solution. So this workflow enables Maria to send the form for review. Once the form is sent to review, the reviewer gets an email where he can conveniently approve or reject the form based on the information he sees right in the email. He doesn't even have to open the AI form. Of course, Maria is notified about the whole process, so she knows what is happening with her forms. And the data, the form data, is securely in our platform, which helps to minimize data loss and duplicates. Another part of this workflow is the administrative or a bit more of a managerial dashboard, where the manager or the reviewers who have access can see all the forms in what state they are, so if they're perhaps approved, waiting for approval, and stuff like that. So this can give the managers more insight into the whole process. And now for the important part, the business impact of our solution. So for starters, this solution saves New Originals employees each month almost 8 hours of their time. But it's just the start. The perhaps more important thing is that the data validation in our platform helps to greatly increase the data quality in the final entries in the New Originals ERP system. It also sets the stage for a framework of data ownership, where previously no such system existed at the company. And in the future, a full automation of this process, where this platform will communicate straight with the ERP system to load the data. And after the form is filled, it will also export the data to the ERP system, eliminating this workflow and these emails. So that's our solution. That's AI Form. We are Team G. And now is a great time for your questions. Sorry.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I understand the automation process behind it, but what is the purpose of the form? Will it be some specific form or all kind of forms you can imagine inside organization?
So for a start, we were given 5 types of forms. It's a form for a new customer, all are altering an existing customer, new supplier, new product, and altering an existing product. So these were the specific forms we were given, which are currently implemented in the solution. And the data from these forms, once they're approved, so once someone checks that the data is valid, all the required fields are there, it's then inputted into the ERP system.
Okay, and will it be hard to implement new form into the solution?
No, it's not that hard. It's not like configurable right away. You need to edit the code a new form, but the basics, the model harness that works with the form, you don't need to touch that. Just add the new form, add the buttons. The database also doesn't have to be changed because we have a unified format. We are saving the forms in, so just you can extend the forms, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you.
My question would be, what's actually the advantage of using AI in this situation? Because the business rules have to be defined pretty strictly, I assume. So what's the advantage of using AI?
Well, the main advantage of the AI is these forms are quite long, and let's say they are quite hard to fill out. And the advantage of the AI is that it asks the user about some of the fields, and if the user give the field to the chatbot, it will pre-fill the parts of the of the form, and also the data validation is included in this AI chatbot, and it also guides the user if he doesn't know anything.
Thank you. And one more question would be about the business model. How are you planning? Are you planning to offer it to many other companies? Is it possible to purchase or as a service?
So for now, it's meant as an internal tool for the new originals. But in the future, when this proves itself and I see a potential for perhaps a small company that doesn't really need a complicated workflow. So as I already told, the forms, they can, you can make new forms, you can alter the existing ones. The business rules, they are importable into our application. So definitely another company could use this. For now, we're just sticking with new originals.
Okay, thank you.
As you told us that the advantage is to chat with the chat, is there an option that, for example, I would input some file where all my information is and it would take from it?
Yes, we have such feature. You can fill out the forms by either manually filling them out, chat with the chat assistant, or inputting an Excel spreadsheet with the data, which this Excel is then parsed and it fills out the correct fields.
Okay, in case the chat, is there some revision that the information I put there are correct?
No, I'm not really sure about the question.
For example, I'm working for a company, I put there, I don't know, my identification number, and I can just mess up some number if it, for example, do some revision that already this number is existing, because that's public information, for example.
Well, of course, if you put wrong data from the start, perhaps like a VAT, I don't think the chat assistant can there's some fuzzy matching, but I think that's just for the form fields, not for the actual data. No, it doesn't work like that. If you put garbage data in, it's not going to work. There is a loop if the chat assistant is not sure. Perhaps it can classify the text message as something he needs to ask more questions about. We have that implemented, but I don't think this will really solve the problem of the user inputting a wrong data and then expecting a correct outcome.
Okay, and is there also the feature that I could put like a link? Because if I'm a company, I can just put the link from Justice and it could
No,
go.
there is no such a feature as this. But for the question before, if the agent asks you about the VAT number, and if you put something like some gibberish, it will say, oh, this doesn't look like the number I want to. Do you have something else in your mind, or is it truly this your answer? And if you say this is my answer, he will then just put it in.
Yeah, so it's checking just the format.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So any more questions?
No, so thank you for presentation.
So thank you, team. Thank you, everyone. Now we will have a short break and 2 p.m., which is in 20 minutes roughly. We will have a pleasure to have here a guest speaker for you. Okay, smart. So thank you, everyone. The teams which will continue after our guest speaker are 4 teams. It's team J, P, S, and C. So we are looking forward to your talks, and I see Camila has also some announcement for you. Okay, and so our next and our guest speaker who will be here on the stage at 2 p.m. Is Ashish. He's over there. I see him there. So big applause, and we are looking forward to your talk. So guys, stay tuned. He is from MSD, so 20 minutes. It is my great pleasure, and I will ask all the teams to come forward, take your seats. It is my really great pleasure, and I think you should be guys also proud to have and grateful to have the opportunity to have a chief data officer of one of the largest companies, which is partially based here in Prague. Yep. It's my pleasure to welcome hopefully I pronounce it right, Ashish Chabra, yep, Chief Data Officer and Vice President from MSD.
Yep, thank you.
Over
Thank you
to
very much. All right, thanks a lot. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let's see if the slides show up. All right, cool. So for those who don't know me, my name is Ashish Chabra. I'm the Vice President Chief Data Officer at Merck and MSD. We're known as MSD outside of the US market. Inside the US market, we're known as Merck. We're one of the largest biopharmas that is out there in the industry solving really complex human health problems and also extremely complex animal health problems. One of the uniqueness of our company that we differentiate from other biopharma companies is because of our animal health business as well. So each one of us in one shape or form do impact the animal. We have the animal as either a pet or animal as produce as well. So I've been in the organization about 4 years. I've been in biopharma since 2008. Before biopharma, I was a software engineer and a data engineer in telecom, finance, and consulting companies. My career started in 2001. It started purely as a Java developer and just kind of worked my way from there. So that's a little bit about me. When we talk about data and biopharma, I want to give you some context about biopharma first, if I just go back to one slide here. So what you see up here on the board or on the projector is very similar to how other biopharma companies are structured. So we have an R&D function that does a lot of research and development in understanding disease biology, target identification, clinical trials, regulatory. Inside our organization, we call that MRL, which is Merck Research Labs. It's an R&D function in any biopharma organization. That function contains very deep subject matter experts in chemistry, biology, so research associates, people that have multiple PhDs doing very deep research in human and animal biology. On the right-hand side, if you go to the extreme right, we have manufacturing, which we call Merck Manufacturing. So it's a manufacturing unit which takes the drugs that are being identified in R&D, and then they scale it for clinical trials, and then large-scale manufacturing for commercialization. Bottom left, you have what we call human health, which is our commercial arm of our organization. This talks about engaging with healthcare professionals, healthcare associates, working with markets and market access, making sure that the therapies that we're building, the drugs that we're building actually are right for the patient through the healthcare provider. You may or may not know this, but pharma companies, by regulation, we do not talk to the patient directly. We always talk to the healthcare provider. And then on the bottom right-hand side, because we have an animal health business, we actually call that out, that we also serve the animal population as well. Our customers in animal health, slightly different than human health. We're focused on the animal itself, which could be the pet or produce. We focus on the farmer and the veterinarian clinic as well. So in animal, when we talk about produce, you can think about poultry, beef, swine, and fish. Bringing it to MSD and Czech. So really proud to say that we are one of the largest employers in Czech Republic. We're actually the 7th largest by numbers. We have 3 legal entities based out of the Czechia site. We have about close to 1,900 employees across all functions in our Czech site, which is IT, finance, and other business functions as well. Very diverse crowd in our organization, as you can see up there. Our average age is about 38. Obviously, I'm not in the average age. I'm a little bit older than the average age. And then one of the coolest things that we see, and I don't think this is unique to Merck or MSD, but we are seeing a multi-generation. We're seeing all generations of employment happening from baby boomers to the earliest ones. Hopefully, one of you guys here, and they're going to join MSD soon. So my view around data is slightly unique is because of my role in the organization where I cut across all lines of businesses. So I cut across R&D, which is highly experimental, all the way down to global support functions, which is finance, procurement, legal, and manufacturing, which is highly structured, highly repetitive. In my day and in my team's day, as we engage with our business, we find ourselves wearing two very distinct hats. One hat where we're focused on experimental, and we think about that as playing offense with data. So we have to do a lot of research. We want to be first at research. We want to be first at market. So there's a lot of offensive governance that we play. And then on the second hat that we play, when we get into clinical and manufacturing and our global support functions, we have to be very repetitive with that stuff. So it becomes a very offensive, defensive data governance. So what you'll see as you start your either professional career or your entrepreneurial career in these type of corporates, you'll see yourself playing both sides of data, not just one side of data, right? I heard a couple of presentations before I came on stage. There was the forum presentation that happened before me and the chatbot presentation before that. It talked about quality of data, right? It talked about having the right data so the chatbot or the forum could take the right action. And most times people underestimate the importance of data, right? Especially in today's revolution, we see a lot of focus on Gen AI and agentic AI, but we leave data where it is. We don't really understand the importance of data only after we build solutions. And that's really important when I talked about the first part in how you have to play both offensive governance and defensive governance with your data set. And that's something that you'll see across the board. The second thing that I want to share with you, and it happens over and over again, there's a lot of articles you'll come across on LinkedIn or any BuzzFeeds that you're subscribed to that doing AI without data is very fragile, which is true. And then doing data without AI, you can't scale, which is also true. But the messaging there sometimes gets confused. People talk about AI first, or they talk about data first. And that's not the right sentiment. The right sentiment is it's AI and data together. It's not AI first or data first, right? That creates this mental divide in our subconscious when you think about the solutions we're trying to build, the business problem that we're trying to solve. My view of the world is it's AI and data together. When you're solving a business problem, you might have very strong foundations of data. So you might lean on your AI principles a lot more than your data principles. And some areas you'll find out that your data foundations are fairly weak or non-existent. And then you're going to have to lead on your data principles more than your AI principles. But you're not going to go with an AI first or data first mindset. It's AI and data together. Slightly controversial. There are a lot of people that disagree with me in the industry on that one. But my view is that it's AI and data together. The other thing that I want to share, which is also happening inside our company, inside our industry, and across multiple industries, is every single aspect of data analytics professional jobs are evolving really, really fast. You could be a data engineer, you could be a data analyst, you could be a data science expert. Your traditional way of looking at data and analytics is absolutely changing. So one of the things that we are predicting inside my group and my organization is 5 years from now, there's not going to be a traditional data engineer anymore that is only going to be building pipelines. What we're imagining is that data engineer is going to evolve into a business analyst function, a data ontologist function, a data analyst function, a data governance function, all coming together. Because Gen AI and agentic AI will take the burden off of the engineer to go build those pipelines because they will become semi-autonomous or autonomous. And where people are going to scale is with their subject matter expertise. So that's another thing that is happening inside our company, inside my group, and it's also happening across the industry. The last thing I'll share with you around data and analytics is it sometimes comes across as a boring topic when we talk about data foundations, but anchoring that into business outcomes is where the magic begins. So some of the presentations that I heard before, I heard concepts of data quality, master data, reference data. These things 5 years ago were fairly boring, fairly, behind the scenes type of work. But now, in the age of agentic AI, they're actually coming right back up front. What we're noticing is without high quality data, without high trusted data and highly secure data, your AI solutions are not going to provide scalable value. They might provide immediate value, but they're not going to provide scalable value. Most of you will end up in industries that are highly regulated. Pick any industry: banking, automotive, energy, pharma, healthcare. They're all surrounded by regulations. So you have to be really clear on how you're going to use that data set for what use case. And that answer, if you pull that thread down a little bit more deeper, it comes back down to having strong data foundations and strong understanding of data. What gets me excited with agentic AI is that it allows us to create time in our day to go and learn the business that we're supporting and learn the data underneath that business that supports the business. Most times you'll see articles, so-and-so company has adopted AI, they've laid off 40% of their workforce. That to me is just the surface value. Where companies will shine is where they take that workforce, optimize it for sure, and deploy it back in the business to better understand their business that they're working in, better understand their data, and reimagine the business with agentic AI. So as you go through the next few years of your journey in learning before you get into your entrepreneurial or corporate careers, have a learning mindset always. Be authentically curious about what you're doing, why you're doing it. Be high adaptive of agentic AI capabilities, but also practice your data muscle. Because what you'll notice, any industry you get into, any company you get into, you're not going to find well-organized, highly clean data sets everywhere. You're going to run into a lot of frustrations. So don't underestimate your data skills. And that's something that I deal with pretty much on a daily basis. So that's what I wanted to share. That's who I am. That's the company I work for. And as I was getting prepared for this conversation, and I want to leave a few time for questions as well, I want to leave you guys with one simple thing. And I was on tour with my kids and my family before coming here. And I saw this little Instagram video. My son's in basketball, so I'm always looking at Instagram videos for him. One of the sayings that resonated with me every time I've done this type of work and these type of speeches before is always aim to fail big. If you're not failing big, you're not learning. If you're not failing big, you're not pushing yourself, and you're not pushing the big idea. It's perfectly okay to fail. A lot of people get very nervous when they start their first job, their first company, their first project. They're like, oh my gosh, there's no room for failure. Failure is frowned upon. In the world of Gen AI, agentic AI, fail big because you can recover really, really fast. Right? So that's something that I will leave you with. Be authentically curious, fail big, imagine big, because that's what's going to be expected of each and every one of you as you go into your next chapter of your life. So with that, I'll open up for questions. Any question's a good question.
Hello, pleasure to meet you. I have a question for you about agentic AI or about pricing it, because you, as a someone who sits on a chair, sees from the big picture. What do you think about the pricing of AI? Because nowadays a lot of people talking about people are using Claude Code, people are using agentic AI, but it costs a lot of money, and it doesn't generate that much money as people thought before. So what are your opinions about that?
I have a very controversial opinion about it. My opinion is, what's the cost of not doing it? Right. So if you look at what's happening inside our company, we are expanding to multiple different therapeutic areas. Merck and MSD has always been known for an oncology cancer organization. We're going to maintain that leadership, but with that, we're also expanding into immunology, ophthalmology, cardiovascular. It's humanly impossible to scale in all those therapeutic areas at a very good cost point. So I always worry about the cost of not doing AI. I'm not too worried about the current cost of AI because my crystal ball tells me it will follow the route of cloud computing. 14, 15 years ago, when cloud computing came online through AWS, I think it was AWS that came on with it first, the cost of compute was $1.50 an hour. It's now 0.0003 cents, extremely cheap. That's what's going to happen to some of these AI models that are out there, right? So if you look at OpenAI, Claude, Gemini, AWS Bedrock, they know that they have to make the service cheaper, and they will, right? There was a study done, I think about a year ago. I think it was DeepSeek from China that came about, right? And it just destroyed the OpenAI process, right? It's just because they found a very different way of doing it. Now, there's speculation that, is that artificial? But my belief is that the AI cost is going to go down over the years, right? Because you're not going to be able to scale purely with human beings. Yeah, it's a little controversial, but I always believe in like there's the cost of not doing it too. Yeah, thank you for that question.
Thank you. More questions.
Doesn't have to be biopharma related. Trust me, I can answer most questions.
One.
Hi, my question is more aimed towards an early career that you would recommend or have some thoughts about us starting from the university and like the sentiment you hold towards different paths early on. So you mentioned the corporate path or like I always pronounce this wrong, but entrepreneurial path, or like starting in a startup right after college or university. Is there a right, I guess like there isn't a right path for everyone, but do you favor certain paths above the others?
I do. I have a little bit of a bias on those. So again, my advice may not apply directly to everybody. The first thing I always encourage everyone to do is follow what actually gives you passion. Like what gets you excited? Is it building the best technology? Or is it taking the best technology to apply and solve a business problem, right? So there's technology development and there's applied technology, right? I made a choice to be in applied technology, right? I don't believe that my passion is building the next Google, Facebook, or the next ETL tool. My passion is more around how can I get and solve a cancer problem, because I'm not a scientist anymore, or I mean, the only time I studied science was in my college days. So how do I take my technology and data experience and apply them to solve that, right? So I think that you have to make a design choice there. Where I learned the most was teams and companies that had an entrepreneurial small startup mindset. Because in a small startup, you get to learn every part of the business. You get to learn procurement, you get to learn finance, you get to learn HR, you get to learn marketing, you get to learn business development, you get to see everything. And that gives you much more richer experience than you will ever learn from a YouTube video or an academic book, right? So if I had to start my career all over again, I would put my first 3 or 4 years in startups just to understand how things work. I would not be even afraid of doing my own startup. I have friends who actually done their startup and have seen the pressure they've gone through and where they are today. And it builds a very different muscle about failing big, right? They fail big, they move on to the next thing. They don't sit there and dwell on the failure. They just say, okay, this didn't work, move on to the next thing. And that's how life is. So if I were you, I would pick an area that excites you the most. If it's science, is it biology, is it automotive, is it mechanics, whatever that is. And then I would recommend spend first 2 to 3 years or 4 years in startup. It's going to test you in very different ways. You will have no idea what credit and debits mean. right? Because you never did them in school. But when you do it on the job, you'll know what credit debit means, right? And it's something that you pick up.
Thank you. More questions? I have one.
Yeah,
I have
absolutely.
one. I meet a lot of C-level people who also got excited to vibe coding, and they
Yeah.
started doing the stuff to their companies. And so what is your experience with that? What have you done yourself, if you did?
Okay, so I believe vibe coding is overrated. Again, starting controversial, right? I think it gets people excited so they can learn stuff, right? They can learn really, really fast. What I believe in is any job that needs to be that you're doing, let's map out what the job to be done is, right? So if you're a data engineer or software engineer, what is your job? You look at requirements, you understand business outcomes, you design application architecture or data models, do the job to be done, and start building skills, right? Skills are basically, think of them as a microservices architecture, nothing but the set of repetitive tasks that just repeat over and over again. And then add in agents on top of it. So I believe that vibe coding is a way of entering into the field of Gen AI and agentic AI, but it's not the stopping point. I would rather build skills. So my team is teaching me how to build skills. I suck at them right now, but I'm a highly competitive person. So I have 30 days to build 10 skills, and hopefully my skills will be better than theirs. And then we'll get an agent to, automate that. So, but vibe coding is a good entry point, but it's not the stopping point. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the time here. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Pleasure to have you
Yep.
here. And safe travels home.
Thank you. Yep. There you go.
Thank you. So now, let's say in 3 minutes, I will ask the next teams to continue, but I need the jury to come back here. So jury, please. And it will be Team J who will come on stage for the last block of the semifinal. Jste vy? Jo.
Předem kouknout na to, jak to funguje. To jenom mačkám
Zelený
tohle
dopředu a tenhle když tak zpátky. Díváš takhle z toho. Team O on the stage. Guys, enjoy the final moments of the semifinal.
Good afternoon. Today we will tell you something about our solution to AI-powered invoice processing optimization. The problem of our company that we solved it for Enehano was that after OCR, they had to do a lot of manual checks. They made like 180 they processed 180 entries in a month, and everything had to be checked manually. Their accountant had to check every single line in the Excel manually. OCR, we checked the OCR that they were using, and it was okay. Like 80% to 90% of the things that OCR checked was all right. But problem about the OCR that was there was it couldn't check business rules. It couldn't do formats very well, like big and small letters. And still manual review was needed for everything because they couldn't trust that the OCR would solve it well. Our proposed solution was a validation layer between Rosum and Salesforce. Rosum was the name of the AI. Our validation layer would take the exports from Rosum, and we would check everything that our client needed. We would repair some things that could be automatically repaired, like small and big numbers and missing due dates. And then it would export the outputs into CSV ready for Salesforce import and error Excel that could be checked manually, but with much less records. So our proposed solution, this is our actual testing, what actually happened in the data that we had. We reviewed 30 rows. In the original, they would need to check every single row by hand, check IDs, amounts, everything in those rows. After we ran it through our validator, there were 21 rows that passed instantly, so no check needed. And only 9 rows were flagged. And the flags actually told them what was the reason that it got flagged, so they didn't need to check unnecessary fields. Also, the validator repaired some of the things automatically, so they didn't need to check it after. It is small layer, but saves a lot of time. Our layer runs basically on anything. It is a very lightweight app. And from 70%, we can save 70% of manual reviewing, which saves a lot of time. From 30 rows to only 9 need to be checked by hand, and even those that need to be checked by hand would be checked much faster. We propose saving 1 or 2 minutes per checking the row. So in conclusion, if they have 180 rows to check by month, they would save somewhere roughly around 200 minutes every month, which is not really a small amount. Sorry. It works everywhere, not only in Enehano. Our solution is scalable, so we can change the rules, the needed columns. Basically, everything about it is scalable. The user can change or add business rules that are there, and the user can change necessary columns to check. We can basically put it to any company need, whatever they want, and they can actually set it up by themselves. What comes next? So everything we did was on test data because our company didn't provide us the real data. But first, it would be tested on real data. We would measure the impacts, the time saved, and the number of wrong answers. And then we can basically already deploy it. It can either run on cloud in GitHub if those companies don't need to have it completely secure and want it lightweight, or it is downloadable and runnable from Exe. And that is everything. We would be happy to receive your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. My question will be about the cost. You thought that it will save 200 minutes for months, which is 2.5 hours, but how much it will cost to implement your solution?
Implementing costs nothing. because they can run it from cloud, from GitHub Cloud. It is completely runnable by just clicking one line in GitHub README. If they want to run it more securely on a local computer, they can just download it and run it locally.
So if it costs nothing, what is your interest in it, of the implementation of this solution?
Well, our interests were actually making this for this course, but if we proposed it outside of the course, we would probably charge something about it.
And have you considered what it will be costing if it go outside of the course?
So the first implementation, that will be the only thing, because it's not like a software as a service or nothing. It's a one-time purchase. So for the man hours that we spent the last 3 months doing, maybe like 30,000, we estimated, very rough estimation.
Okay, thank you.
Question from my side. Very interesting, thanks. And did you check it on different languages, for example, different languages format? Because our company always gets, I know, from Arabia, the invoices, etc. So is it scalable across different languages as well?
Currently, we are operating on Czech and English, but it is not that hard to implement something else, some other languages.
How difficult is it to set up the validation rules? Is it like very technical that the validator checks, or is it just in plain text, in plain Czech or English language?
Well, currently it is through actually writing something in the code, although in plain text. But our proposed solution, which we basically will finalize, will be adding through UI.
Thank you. And how do you actually have you tested and validated the accuracy of your validator? Because if it says your validator that it's validated, how do you guarantee that the OCR is really correct and accurate?
Yes, so about the OCR, we actually didn't really solve the OCR issue if the OCR isn't valid, because that's a lot more complex than actually what we could actually manage in this time frame. But about checking if our validator is correct, we did unit tests. Basically, every edge case was checked.
Thank you.
Did you check some your competitions? I think there is some solutions already done.
Yeah, well, we did look at our competition, and our proposed solution have one thing that competition doesn't have, and then that is that it is very lightweight. You can install it basically on your toaster, on your smart fridge. It will run on everything.
Okay, thank you.
Probably last question. Is just the validator, or I can also make some changes through your solution?
Well, the validator already repairs stuff like currency written in small letters. So there is a possibility to change some things automatically. It will be, it basically works the same as adding new business rules. Instead of adding those rules, you add basically repair to it. So it is possible to change structure of the export.
Okay, that means because there can be some flags like the output, and if I want to like resolve one of them, can I do it through your solution?
Like this. No, currently we export Excel with errors. You can repair it there. But this is actually a good idea. We didn't thought about it, and this could actually improve our solution a lot.
Okay, so now I get the export with these flags, and I have to do it manually somewhere else.
Yes, there are two exported files. One is CSV to Salesforce. That is 100% correct, at least what Validator says. And there is error Excel that you can download and repair either in Excel or any other tool.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Now the team P.
I'll be honest with you. We wanted to bring another person to the party just to find out that the room is already a bit crowded. And he feels a bit intimidated. So imagine this is you. You work at Siemens as the head of quality control on an assembly line. On this assembly line, components called undervoltage releases are being made. And it is your job to make sure that every single piece is up to standards. And by the way, you love your job because these components can prevent someone's house from burning down. And you feel very proud that your work contributes to keeping people safe. But unfortunately, you have one big freaking problem. And that is that sometimes in manufacturing, one single faulty component can be a warning sign. What sometimes happens if that one component doesn't pass the quality control, most likely the whole batch doesn't pass the quality control. Most of the times, these products cannot be repaired anymore, and they have to be thrown away. And that is a big problem. But luckily, you have a lot of data about the quality testing. You have a lot of data about the properties that were measured. And these data can help you solve this problem or potentially even prevent it. Yeah, about that. Solving the problem is a whole another problem. You already know what happens now. You want to find out which test went wrong, and yeah. You have to go through a spreadsheet hell. If you want to answer a simple question, you have to look here, you have to look there, and you have to look there, and then put it all together, and after that, you can answer a simple question: which test went wrong? And that's where we come in. What we did is we did a custom, tailor-made solution just for you. So, where you see everything that you need to know exactly at the time when you need to know it. No more searching through Excels. You just look at a chart and you know what's going on. You're also responsible for research and development, so you need to know daily, weekly, and also long-term trends in the data. And these charts can help you with that as well. These charts help you improve current products. What we also did is that these charts update automatically. On this assembly line, multiple types of these undervoltage releases are being produced. And what our dashboards do is that they update automatically to the current type that is being produced. So no extra clicking. You can see that in the big numbers on the right-hand corner. So it changes automatically. But that's not all we did. What we also did, we introduced a preventative measure. We built a quality watchdog with an alerting system. So if something starts going wrong, you get a notification. How it works is that if certain measurements
are approaching critical critical thresholds, you get a notification and you can go straight to the assembly line and look at the dashboard and immediately see and know what's going on. So to recap what we did, we cleaned all the messy data and put it into one unified data model. We created tailor-made dashboards just for you, so you see and know what's going on. Last but not least, we added also a preventative measure which can prevent really bad outcomes from happening. And what is the value of all this? We estimate that with our solution, we could save more than 2,000 components yearly, which amounts to roughly 2 to 3 million crowns a year. And we will also save you a lot of stress and a lot of digging through data, which amounts to roughly 3 to 5 man days a month. That was Team P, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I again have a question about costs. You mentioned again how much we will save, but what it will cost us.
So we basically did this project within school, and we weren't paid. So in principle, this was all for free for Siemens.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you mean the cost of for the company to maintain that? They already have a database, so it's just yeah, to access the database, and we built an ETL process, so it's just within their database, so the cost would be minimum. It's just an extra tables in the database.
yeah, okay, so it's running on existing platform.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And is it possible to implement it in any other company?
Well, it's tailor-made for Siemens, so yeah, it's just Siemens use case, or
Yeah, it's like an ad hoc project. So all the measures were made ad hoc. So no, it's not transferable to another company.
Like the dashboards were made specifically for this one person, the head of quality assurance. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Have you also included some kind of predictions which could predict in the future, or how to optimize the production line, not just alerts for past actions?
We thought about that, and we tried to create some prediction models that would predict how the tests would go in the future. But unfortunately, because of the nature of the data from the assembly line, there are not enough good quality predictors that we could use. So unfortunately, the prediction is not sensible.
And the notifications, as you said, that's basically some kind of email when the reaches some kind of thresholds, yeah?
Yeah, so basically in the deployment, it would probably work as a database trigger. So it could be connected to an email or as Siemens wishes.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll maybe continue with this question about the alert. What is like the inside of this alert? Because maybe in the future would be best solution if I couldn't just get the alert and have to go to the report, but I have all the information in the alert. So what's the status of the alert now?
Well, the alert, or the main function of the alert itself, is to let you know as quickly as possible that there's something wrong in the process. Because as of now, it could take a while to someone to make the decision to stop the assembly line and start digging through what's wrong. So the main function is mainly to let you know, hey, something's wrong, you should check it, or
Okay.
you'll have a problem.
Okay, so I have to go to the dashboard and then spend the time to check what is wrong.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's probably all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm welcoming on stage Team S.
Okay, hello everyone. We're team for the data quality monitoring and alerting, and we'd like to show you our solution. So we were asked to do a data quality tool in banking by an unnamed banking organization, but first we should ask ourselves whether data quality is even worth it, and if it's important, how important actually is it. Based on our research, banks annually lose about 30 million euros. About 2/3 of all bank institutions are not happy with the way their data quality is handled. And an example we could show you is the OCC fine to Citibank, which were in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Before we started to create our solution, we first had to establish 3 key challenges. The first being that there is no automated monitoring as of late in the institution. That means that the records, when there are some issues with them, it is found about them during some audit or some review dates. The second one being that there is no historic trend line visible, so that if something is going badly for a long time, you aren't aware of it. And the third challenge we found out about is that there's obviously a lot of regulatory requirements that you have to be compliant with.
And our solution to this problem is in 3-step automated pipeline. Our first step is basic SQL validation, where we will verify basic data quality measures like completeness and timeliness and stuff. Then we will continue with Python anomaly detection, where we will use advanced statistic algorithms such as isolation forests and Z-score to find those anomalies in the data. And then all these measures we will, and of course in the Python we will include emailing, because there are some thresholds not to be crossed, and if their data quality metrics are crossed this threshold, we will send an email. And then all these informations we will send on one big dashboard, so every manager and every worker can see. As you can see, this is the first step of the dashboard. We can see all the business data, all the collaterals and stuff, so we can see the big drop in amount of collaterals in September. Then the worker can go to the next step and see that some categories are fine and some others failed very much. And then on the last step, we can see the advanced anomalies, where he can directly see which anomalies there are and which are the problem ones.
Okay, what are the value proposition for us? What you gain immediately? The first one being that there is an early error detection. As I said before, you don't have to wait to find about the issues. You know about them immediately on a monthly basis, thanks to the dashboard. The second one being that you are compliant with all regulatory requirements. The third one being full segment visibility. That means that you don't have to guess in which segment the issues are occurring in. And the fourth one being scalable architecture. If you would need to or want to, you could scale the solution towards more segments. If you need any more convincing or need some more evidence, the data quality tools market is getting bigger and bigger. It is estimated to basically double in size by the year 2030. About 70% of the data quality issues that are found out about is from the business users and not from the automated solutions. That means that the business users could be working with bad data and they don't even know about it. Some return of investment drivers being that the time to detection gets down from days to hours. You could save a lot of money because you are working with good data now, and obviously you also don't need to pay as many people. And the effort towards some auditing efforts is a lot smaller. That's it from us.
Thanks a lot. I just have one question. What does it take to implement this? Like, what positions do we need? Is it scalable to across all the systems? Like, can the SQL connect to SAP, etc.?
Yeah, there are two scripts in SQL and Python, and these scripts can be adjusted to whatever system we have, and the results are the same for the Power BI to see. So it's pretty much usable in every system that is usable with SQL and Python.
And what is the cost of the running of the Python? Is it in cloud? And do you know how much does it cost to maintain?
We run it manually, so we don't know very much, but it's not very hard to use, so it's not very expensive.
And my last question, on how many data did you run it?
We had sample data of like 2 tables per 50,000 euros. So pretty small for bank, but it's all right.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
My question is, who is your user?
Bank, data quality team in banking.
Okay, so they are similar with Power BI.
Yeah.
Okay, and did you do some testing?
Can you what?
If you did some testing.
Yeah. We showed them the results. They were very happy, and the results were fine because they knew about the jobs in September, and we showed them the results, and they were like, it shows the same results as we got. So it's like,
it's correct.
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay. And did you think about, because now the process is that they have to, at the end of the month, they have to open this dashboard and look at it, right?
Not at the end of the month after the data ingestion, so it's like half of the month of the next snapshot.
Okay,
then,
and that is done automatically?
Yeah.
And do they know what time is it? Like if they know when the data will be there in the dashboard?
Yeah, it's the next day after the ingestion. It's automated after the data is ingested, so they will know.
Okay, and thanks to what they will know? Did they get some alert or some information like, hey, the new data are there?
Well, it's connected to the ingestion from the data warehouse. So right after the data warehouse ingestion, it will automatically run the script.
Yeah, I know. But as me as a user, when I will know that there are new data in the dashboard, when I can like use it, if you have some information alert for that, or
no, you will just see new month pop up in the selection of the snapshot date.
Okay, thank you.
Is it any possibility to get such a notification? Maybe implementation in the future?
Sure, yeah, or by email.
Yeah, okay. And other question, how is your solution better than your competitors?
Well, I think the power in the solution is not that it's better than some competitors. I think the strength is that it even exists, because without the solution, well, they just check the things manually. So I think it's better to have something than nothing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
So now one more quick switch. We will ask now team S. Martine, which one are you missing? C. So this is the last one. So guys, please wait a sec. We have. Ask the team to come on stage.
Okay, so good evening, and we're going to show you, we're going to present our Hranipex solution. The first major question that we wanted to ask is basically what is important for companies in the 21st century. As we all know, most companies collect way too much data that they don't process at all, or even if they do, it's very limited. And we found that our partner, or the company that we're supposed to help, suffers exactly from this problem. They collect a lot of it, but then the data team ends up with many interlocking tables that they aren't able to show the management team properly. So to give you some context on who Hranipex is, because I assume that it being a mid-sized company compared to the corporate giants that were before us, it's a company that started in Humpolec in the Czech Republic and grew to 14 different countries in the EU with about 500 employees. And what they're doing currently is they're changing their ERP system from Quad to D365. And with that opportunity, we wanted to show them that there's a better way to process and to store and to present the data. We are focusing on the sales data specifically, not necessarily the manufacturing, as we didn't get access to that. So our task was mostly on what platform to store the data, where to make the data warehouse, whether to do it on-premise, hybrid or cloud, with them having a historic on-premise SQL solution, and as they're moving to D365, probably going towards hybrid or cloud. Then obviously estimated costs, as that's one of the main questions in these kinds of changes, and how to implement the reporting itself, as without the proper reporting, there's no reason to collect the data at all. Additional questions are if we can connect the data catalog and how to integrate AI, obviously, as that is one of the additional questions with any new data solution. And as they're still growing, and hopefully they're going to grow into a corporate giant as well, then if the solution is scalable, or how to make it properly scalable. So the goal is to be more data-driven and focusing more on the business, as they're not a fintech company or a technological company on their own. They're a manufacturing company. So they don't necessarily have the experience or the knowledge to implement it themselves. Our comparison of options that we selected as the top 3 are Microsoft Fabric, as they already have the D365 integration. So staying in-house with Microsoft is probably going to be the easiest for them. And that is the solution that we eventually selected. Another strong option was to go with Snowflake in Azure. And if they wanted to stay on-premise, then Microsoft SQL Server locally, which, however, would have a different pricing scheme than the other two, with the other two having mostly yearly subscriptions or monthly subscriptions, with the Microsoft SQL Server having one-time licenses that are astronomical. The architecture, simple medallion warehouse scheme, as always, completely in the Fabric or the Microsoft ecosystem, which should make it much easier to work with. And if the layers are done properly, then Copilot agents can have a strong semantic layer to work with. The Fabric capacity is a major question with these with the size of the company, as obviously the price is significantly different, and unfortunately the lower tiers up below F64 don't include the Power BI licenses for viewers, so it's a little bit more complicated with the lower ones. But for their use case, F4 to F8 is probably going to be enough, and the solution for presenting the data is probably going to be a Power BI, or the demo that we already created for them is a Power BI with Zebra BI overlays to show the data much more clearly than their former tables on tables and tables on tables approach. Unfortunately, we can't show you the demo itself, as the NDAs we signed they would skin us alive, but the Zebra BI add-ons, I'm not sure how many of you recognize it, but it's a wonderful tool, especially, once again, compared to tables on tables. Our key takeaways from this project was basically to tell them, or to show them, that the opportunity is here with the changing ERP system. It's the prime opportunity to take matters into their own hands and move much further than they would necessarily have to. And also to show them that if they do the data properly, then it can create a strong foundation for an AI implementation with a semantic layer that could help the sales team, even not necessarily just the finance division. And also to explain that data-driven is not optional anymore. With all the data that is collected, not using it is basically a crime in today's times. And that's basically it for our solution. So if you have any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. My first question is, because we know that AI is a big thing now, was there some requirement from the company to input there somehow AI?
Not directly. They mostly wanted to move the ERB and see what is possible. They don't necessarily have specific use cases for the AI. So in our demo, we wanted to show them that Copilot integration with the dataset being scanned would be usable, but they didn't have specific requirements.
Okay, were you focusing only on the Czech Republic or on the whole?
We have sales data for their entire European operations, so we are mostly focusing on comparison of the branches through different countries and margins, so analysis of sales throughout Europe.
So the solution was for the whole company?
Yes.
And I'm not sure, did you mention savings? Was there savings? No. So what about the savings?
As they are currently on a on-premise solution where two tech guys basically did it on minimal resources, the initial costs are going to be higher. It's there aren't much savings to have had directly.
Yep. If I can add, they didn't really want to disclose the numbers themselves. We know they run quite a lot of on-premises things, but they didn't want to disclose it. We think that they might not have the precise numbers themselves. So savings, yes, there are going to be savings. But
okay, and did you do also analysis of another tools than Microsoft Copilot Power BI, or the company just wanted this type of solution?
Our original task was to choose which solution to pick, and halfway through they decided that as they're already locked in with Microsoft, they want to go into Fabric. So then the task changed to a demo, basically, of the Fabric Power BI implementation.
Okay, thank you.
Good presentation, thanks. Just quick question on the on-prem cloud hybrid. Did you make the price comparison? Do you know the percentage? You don't have to say the exact numbers.
Yes, I can switch to. Okay, I can switch to the next slide. We had a comparison of options. We weren't sure if you're going to be interested in it, but we did the price calculations for most of it. But there is an issue with different mandate times to implement, which are very hard to calculate or to predict precisely, as you know, as they don't currently have a strong team that would have experience in this kind of field. Obviously, if they did, they wouldn't need help.
Okay, cool, thanks.
I'm not sure that if you mentioned it, but was solution implemented?
We have a demo ready. The solution itself, sorry, to rephrase, we have the data that they provided us in basically CSV files. So we don't have the connectors to the data sources themselves. So we have a demo ready with data that is real but not live. So yes, we have a solution that they are fairly happy with as a Power BI report or dashboard.
Yeah, so you have the feedback that this is...
Yes, yes.
And the implementation will take only that you reconnect the data sources,
Yes,
right?
yes. Optimistically, yes. But it's Microsoft. Something is probably going to go wrong.
Thank you.
Was part of the solution also some kind of data governance, or was it out of scope defined by the company?
That was out of scope.
Thank you. And the Copilot, I assume we are talking about the integrated Copilot, not custom solutions on Copilot Studio or something like that.
Yes, that integrated one.
Thank you.
That was one of the main benefits of Fabric itself, as if we went with Snowflake or other solutions, then the AI isn't as integrated.
Have you been able to calculate some benefits for the company as a whole?
It's hard for us to calculate benefits specifically, as they don't share most of the data, but the value should be more in faster and more clear information about their sales margins and such, which is hard to quantify on its own, but it's more about the cost of not doing it than the value of doing it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
So big thanks to all of you, to all the teams. It was, you can keep it here. It was all really interesting, and I took a lot of notes, so you will also get some feedback from me. Now it's the hard time for the jury here, but they are actually very well prepared, I think, so they will start counting the points, doing some order by, and handing me in the upcoming 1 hour the order from which I will take top 5 teams, and at 5 we will invite the first team on stage, and you will do the same again, maybe even better. So right now, actually we got quite faster. So which is great. No, 4 at 4 or at 5 we have the final. I think we have at 5 starting. I understand you would love to have it at 4. It's really 3. It is really 3. Guys, I will let you know, but it will not be at 4 because it depends on the jury when they will arrive. So we will try to make it faster. So right now it's time for networking. You can disconnect. I will ask the jury to do the counting, but stay close. Prosím.
Ty body, jak jsme to ohodnotili, nebo to pořadí?
Já budu potřebovat obojí. No.
I'm surrounded, can't stop for a second to breathe. My thoughts are flowing like water. One day soon I will find, I know I am close, I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly, I know I am free. I'm feeling alive, take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the jungle. The city keeps me distracted, but I know where I should be. Tell my mama I'm leaving. Just take your mask off and join me. I know you're dying to see all the secrets I'm hiding. One day soon I will find, I know I am close, I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly, I know I am free. I'm feeling alive, take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the jungle. I want to get right off the stress that builds within me. Oh, I want to take off my clothes and hang from a tree. Oh, one day soon I will find, I know I am close, I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly, I know I am free. I'm feeling alive, take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. together now, you'll see just how this life is supposed to be. Come on. tales, I'm surrounded. Can't stop for a second to breathe. My thoughts are flowing like water. One day soon I will find. I know I am close. I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly. I know I am free. I'm feeling alive. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the jungle. The city keeps me distracted, but I know where I should be. Tell my mama I'm leaving. Just take your mask off and join me. I know you're dying to see all the secrets I'm hiding. One day soon I will find. I know I am close. I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly. I know I am free. I'm feeling alive. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the jungle. I want to get right of the stress that builds within me. Oh, I want to take off my clothes and hang from a tree. Oh, one day soon I will find. I know I am close. I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly. I know I am free. I'm feeling alive. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle.
3 minuty.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome here our new jury. But let me first welcome here also, and I just lost him. Where is Ota? Ota is over there, our dean, Ota Novotný, who is the founding father of this, of everything what is happening here right now. For sure, you will have a chance to meet him, to those who don't know him, and the winning team will definitely shake a hand with him. So, dear students, I will now introduce you our new jury briefly. First of all, I will start with introducing you to our to our jury. So, dear jury, these are the students who went through quite intense course called Data Project. They worked hard in teams. They had so many surprises, even for myself. I, of course, introduced surprises to the design of the course. But this year we had plenty of them, even without me introducing them. These teams worked really hard. They overcame a lot of challenges, and I have seen them all today. Really enjoyed all the presentations. So you will have the chance, dear jury, to see the top 5 teams. They do not know what team will go on the stage, so they are also tuned. Dear students, our jury is again very professional this year. It's a large jury. I will start with the introduction of the chair of this jury. It's Ivana Cahashedivá. You have met her already. Then we have, it's my pleasure to have here Hanna Kasa. And another Hanna Šnáblová. Also met her. Then from the right, pleasure to have here someone who sits next door, but who has never been here. Tervel Šopov from Deloitte, partner. Jan Meksořehák, you have met him also. You have experienced how tough he can be. Martin Pekař from Škoda Auto. And also Honza Vyšehradský. So, without further ado, I will invite the first team from the 5 teams for the final of the Data Project Challenge, and it will be Team O.
So, good evening. I would like to start with a question or with some kind of activity. Could you all please raise your hand? Everyone, could you do it for me, please? Just for a second. Thank you. Now, keep it up if you have ever ordered something from Alza. Look around you. Everyone. Nearly everyone? No, everyone. You can put it down. Thank you. Well, as I thought, because Alza is the largest e-commerce platform in the Central Europe, but I'm not here just for the eShop. Have you ever noticed that Alza also has Alzi Assistant, which is their chat, or we can call it chatbot? And have you tried it? Because we did, and actually, to be honest, we didn't like it. It's not reliable, it's not fast, and it's not giving good answers. And how do we know it? Well, we measure it with Alza. And according to numbers, well, successful resolution time when it comes to actually solving some simple task in chatbot, it takes more than 1.5 minutes. That's too long for simple task. And even 1 in 3 conversations is transferred to call center. That means every third conversation ends up in call center. And when you are transferred to call center, it takes more than 15 minutes to actually resolve your problem. That's too long. And the customer satisfaction for that tool, 3.5 stars. Solid, but for a company like Alza, not enough. So then we step up, and then if we take it to full scale, that number, how many customers are there per month in the chatbot? 160,000. Every month, 160,000. If we consider that 30% handover rate, that means nearly 50,000 customers every month hit that end and are waiting so long to wait for someone to contact them through call center. In 1 year, that's more than 500,000 customers. That's too many. And that's the risk Alza have, because losing customers, that's pretty easy to happen, because when customer is frustrated through the chat, he will never go back. So that's when we came up and decided to help Alza. Alza asked us for help, and we decided to help them. How did we actually do it? So we started pretty simple. The input must be the same. So customer just basically writes anything into the chat, so it looks the same. We didn't change the solution itself. We changed the core, the engine, and we integrated AI inside it, because Alza already had the processes. They had they had the way to solve the problems. They didn't have a tool to actually find right problems the customers have. So we implemented our AI intent catcher that understands the intent, routes the process to the right decisions, and then resolve it. It looks like simple, right? But under the hood, there's many technologies we used. We used for overall the solution lives in GCP. We used LangChain for LLM, and all the chat interface lives in Vocals. You may say that's a lot of technologies, and that's right. That's not just some average school project. That's a production stack technologies that would come through audit in many tech companies, and it did, because with Alza, we developed a solution that's already live, because we are live, we are in production. When you take your mobile or take your laptop and chat with Alza, you are chatting with our solution. You may say, that looks simple, it looks like before. And it must look like before, because customers don't see it at the first glance. You must feel it. You must feel how fast it is. You must feel how reliable it is. And how do we know it? Well, we measure it, because as I said, we are in production, so we have statistics. Our accuracy is up by 15%, and our resolution time, that means how much time do we need to spend in the chat to resolve simple tasks, is down by more than 50%. When we talk about business, about money, that's where it gets more interesting for us. Well, we measured that there are 50% fewer less operator transfers. That means every second conversation that used to happen in the past through call center now ends up just in a chat. So it's basically automatically and fast resolved. When we put it to hours, to workers, now call center can save up to 2,000 agent hours per month. That's a lot of hours that Alza can save. That's not hours we, fire people or something like that. We just have people to actually care about the edge cases, about real problems, and solve them for our customers. Because when customers are happy, we are happy, because we are earning money. And the final question, you may ask, how much does it cost? Well, that's a cost for one conversation, average cost for a conversation. I will just let that number sing, because I think that doesn't need any comment. If you want to remember one number from my pitch or for my presentation, I would like to look at this number, 20,000. There's a number, how many customers we served just this week. And next week, it's going to be another 40,000. And in a month, it will be 160,000. And in half year, it's going to be nearly 1 million customers successfully served. And they are happy, and they are satisfied. So that's the AI intent catcher, which we built, fully deployed, and set up to production in Alza. Thank you.
So, dear jury, ask your questions.
Thank you, Andres and Martin. I wanted to ask you just a very quick answer, please. You showed two things. One is shopping assistant, that was your screenshot, and another is customer support, resolving issues. Which one is it, or is it both?
It's both. We are serving just the first layer, just the first message, and the routing to the right business processes. As Andre mentioned, the processes already exist. The main problem was that the solution that was already deployed there, it was some NLP by IBM Watson and also some Vocus solution. It wasn't reliable enough. And although the processes do exist, they weren't transferred to them. The customers were transferred to call center.
Okay, thank you. Second very quick question. I'll leave the room to the rest of the jury. What is the killer thing that differs in your solution to the previous version of Alzi if the impact was so high?
Yeah, definitely. It's just custom made, just for Alza by all the business processes and so on. We built it just for this eShop. The other solution that Alza used to have, they were just generic ones and they didn't have any like customizations and so on. We custom built it for Alza. It's just like dataless, stateless, fast API microservice, and yeah, it just works.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the cost calculations, regarding the business case. You presented that there was a huge amount of saving in the time. However, how was it with the money? And I mean, especially not the technologies, but the hardware licenses and so on, because you said there was some other technology. So how this became influencing the business case of the overall solution?
Yeah, so the whole solution is deployed on GCP. So Alza already has a GCP, so the costs were negligible. The Fast API microservice lives in a Cloud Run. So also it was like the lowest tier. So I think it's around $2-3 a month. The most expensive part is the LLM, and since we use the cheapest one, Gemini 3.1 Lite, since it was the fastest and also cheapest one, it doesn't cost nearly anything. It's just like 1 checked cent per conversation per the model, and there were none licenses. Since we use PostgreSQL, it's open source, also lives in Cloud SQL, and I think it's around $4 or $5 per month within the Alza. Also, the Cloud SQL is there. So it's just another table in an existing solution.
I would like to continue with a similar question, actually. Could you give us an overview? What was the cost per request before and what it is now? Or maybe even better, if we take 1 year or 1 month, whatever, what was the cost and benefit then and what it is today, basically? So kind of cost-benefit analysis, so that if we are a board who is actually now approving investment and rollout of your project, what are we actually gaining and spending versus the previous situation?
Yeah, I'm not really sure I can discuss the previous situation since it was by the Vocus and the IBM Watson. So I'm not really sure if I can give you a concrete number, but it was roughly half of it, the new solution. And the most money that it comes from, it saves the time of our call centrists. So that's the main like saving point for us. The cost of the solution itself, it's negligible.
And did you also evaluate the number of retained customers and the benefit of that retention, or not really?
We try to, but it's deployed less than a week, so the data is not that long-lived. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What exactly do you mean by the words that the case was successfully served? Is it some systematic measure coming out from the logs on the background, or is it somehow confirmed by the customer? And do they somehow confirm their satisfaction? Do they fill some survey or whatever, some form?
Yeah, it's both. The first part is that they, if customer click on the customer satisfaction survey, they fill out the form, and we can ALSA measure it as successful. But there's also a second part where ALSA has like thousands of testing data, and they can analyze it backwards. So we ALSA analyze it backwards, and they mark the conversation successful or not based on their data. So they already gave us.
And when it comes specifically to the customer part, do you have any comparison with the previous state? Are the customers more happy now than it was before?
So far we don't have the customer satisfaction in stars, but so far we can say that the customer the transfer to call center is less than 50%, like from one day to day. So that's the biggest number we can say so far.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask regarding kind of similar issue? You mentioned these 2,000 saved hours. What does it actually mean? You said it saves time to the call center.
Yeah, it's based on how we know how many call center workers are there on ALSA. That's something we can't say exactly, but we have an NDA and we talk with ALSA that we can we can present this number, and this number says that that's the time that 50% per month. That means when they have 50% less transfers to call center, and we calculated from the hours that customers or our call center had to spend on the call.
Yeah, it used to be some minor issues, just like creating a new claim or asking about an existing claim. The chatbot, it can already answer on its own, but it used to be that the process planner or the routing system, which, as I mentioned, was NLP before, it was not reliable enough, and it was transferring these people to the call center. They didn't need to be directed to the call center. It's just such a minor issue that the customer can serve themselves.
Okay, but what does it actually mean? Does it mean that you are going to fire half of the call centerists?
If you mean like not at all, we're not going to fire them. That 1,000 hours extra are the time that our call center actually spent on the edge cases, because there are many edge cases, many really problematic things to solve, and they didn't have time enough. They have to, pick up a phone and try to do it as fast as possible. Now the call centerist or someone can just pick up the phone and really focus on the edge case, and after that customer feels better. It's the customer satisfaction. When customer is satisfaction, he will come back, and there is a more chance that he will buy anything back.
So you have numbers on that as well, like how much this has changed and how faster it is, or not really?
The time to first message, we show the first message there, it's around 500 to 600 milliseconds. And then the next routing is also about 400 to 500 milliseconds.
No, this one. I meant the ones for when they focus on the really edge cases. Mm-hmm. So the speed has increased, and they have done, I don't know how many cases they do normally a day, and now what is the number with the extra time? Do you have this comparison or not?
Yeah, we talked about it with ALSA, but we don't have the numbers right here, so we can look it up and give it to you after presentation if you want. But I don't have it right here or on the slides.
Okay. And you mentioned some very strong predictions about the successfully served customers. What are these predictions based on? It seems that you kind of doubled the number. You said 20,000 this week, 40,000 next week. Then you said
that's just estimation how many customers are entering ALSI Assistant regularly, and based on our data or so far data, on which we estimated with ALSA, we think that's pretty. We are pretty sure that it will be the numbers are safe.
Okay.
Then the last question, right? Is ALSA really buying into the system? Are you rolling out? And how do you continue working with ALSA?
Yeah, it's already rolled out. As of Monday, it's on production, fully on also on the mobile app, and also on the website in all these sections where the chatbot lives. The first layer, the first contact, the first touch point the customer has is with our solution. That's why we said we've already served more than 20,000 customers just this week.
So we will be adding extra power to the mics for the next team. Are you nervous, guys? You shouldn't be. You've already went through this in the morning, so I will now ask the team with letter K. Please come on stage.
Is there the thing for changing slides?
It's this one. It's the new one.
Oh, it's new.
It's better. The green one.
No, that's
Well, there's still like problem on the screen. Oh, that's not.
Yeah, so hi everybody. I would like to start off with a question. What do you think has the biggest hype nowadays? Which topic? I think we can all agree that it's AI. Everybody is trying to incorporate AI in their workflow, in their companies, and everybody here today used, and you will see that all the other projects will use as well on their solutions. The truth behind this hype might be a bit different than you might expect. Based on the study done by McKinsey from last year, around 80% of companies failed to see any impact after implementing AI in their workflow. And more than half of companies do not have AI-ready data. I would like to introduce to you Susan. Susan is working in bank. She's working at risk management department, and she was assigned with a task. For this task, she needs data from financial department. She receives the data. Unfortunately, she doesn't get any information about the data. She doesn't understand the context of it. So now she needs to set up meetings with different people from financial department. However, it takes weeks and weeks until she finally gets to the bottom of it for her to understand the data and to be able to use it. A few months later comes a new regulation. This regulation defines new processes, new terms for her department. And she knows that anytime soon, somebody else from the bank can come and they will need the data as well. So she decides she will now use her knowledge and she will try to insert this data into a platform Daviso, which serves as a single source of the truth for the company. Now she needs to find out everything from this document, starting from the terms, whether it already exists in Daviso or not. Then she needs to find out all the synonyms, rules, relations between these terms. It takes her weeks until she's able to do this. Then she also needs to input it into Daviso. Unfortunately, she doesn't know how to input it either because she is a business user. She's not an IT specialist. So this takes her another week, and it takes her months until everything is done. Fortunately, she comes across a solution for all of this. She finds OntoBridge. OntoBridge is a technical solution which we built and provides all the necessary information from document, suggests all the terms, definitions, rules, relations, synonyms, and so on. And all she needs to do is approve it or edit it if necessary. And then within seconds, she's able to post it into the platform Daviso. Now, since the data is contextualized, everybody from this bank can use it, and not only them, but most importantly the AI, because AI doesn't work with data if there is not context to the data.
Thank you. And a part of our first collaborative partner, Daviso, we actually get in touch with our second partner, Raiffeisen Bank, where we try to apply our solution in in real bank, in a real institution. And we found out while we were measuring all those, while we were measuring how much time it took before our solution, we found out that to map like definitions from one file, one page of any file, it cost 15 euros. 15 euros to get insight and meaning of data from a file. With our solution, it actually costs just 1 cent. Just 1 cent for the same amount of work. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Actually, this is just direct effect, but we would undervalue our product if we did just that, because it, of course, it saves almost 90% of a business user when they are working on any AI use cases. It saves a lot of money, but it never ends with just one AI use case. Only with the bad one, of course. But if the first AI use case is done correctly, there are more AI use cases. And the work became repetitive. We need to find out more about our data again and again and again, and it takes about like 45% of your time. Because we are not just selling here a new documentation tool. Thanks to our tool and solution, we can make faster decisions and better decisions in real time. And the investors and market knows it. Right now, the data governance market is evaluated about 5 billion euros, and it's expected to grow up to 25. Therefore, there's a huge business opportunity for us. If we calculate it or make estimations of selling one license at the price of 12,000 euros per year, just in the first year, at least 12 customers, we could get around 150k euros per first year. This is a very pragmatic scenario, because our solution is not just for this particular vendor, let's just say, for this Raiffeisen bank, but it could be used across the industry, for not only financial industry, but for small companies. They can't afford the whole huge data governance team and want to have AI use cases that works correctly, because we believe there are a lot of companies with a lot of seasons. They want to focus on their expertise, to deepen their expertise, and not only defining data that takes almost 90% of their time. Thank you.
Okay, hello, I can start. My question is from the back at the end of the presentation. It looks really very nice. And my question is about the next plans, actually. So maybe I'm not starting from the beginning, but this is a chance for my colleagues. But what is, the ideal future idea with these products? To whom do you want to offer this project? And yeah.
So this POC was specifically made for Raiffeisen Bank. In the future, we would love to use another sources as well, not only files, but data platforms like Databricks, Snowflake, and such. But of course, we didn't put it now because it's kind of pricey for a student project. So of course, if you want to invest in us, we would love to expand in this way. Then I can imagine a partnership with Daviso, Collibra, and such, because it's not only for Daviso. It could be used for Collibra as well, for other multinational companies. We just used it for Daviso because it was our partner, but it could be used across the whole metadata platforms industry.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a clarification in respect to the data governance platforms, some of those you mentioned, you are the system that helps to fill them in with the semantic data, correct?
Exactly.
So isn't it just a feature that these platforms are going to introduce or actually are already introducing?
As far as we know, those platforms that I just mentioned, there is no such tool. There's like AI, I would say, like feature helper in Daviso, but when you already like put a definition in it, but it can't reach your data in your sources. I believe, as far as I know, okay, I can't tell you that because it's NDA, but right now, none of these platforms that we look for, that we even consulted with Daviso, has done it.
I think some of them in reality are introducing that. So I
Okay.
suggest you look into Atacama or even the native Google stack and these things. So just, you know, I think it's a feature.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm curious about the processes of updating the information. I mean, what happens in the system if any of those source documents gets updated, or even if it's not valid anymore? My experience so far is that business users usually simply upload the new document, but the old one, which is not valid anymore, remains in the system as well. So how do you handle this? What processes are in place?
When we upload the file, it first looks into the platforms if the term or definitions or relation already exists. If it does so, it actually suggests the business user to look at it if it's still up to time, up to date. If not, he can edit it or either just approve with one click.
Okay, so you don't work with the documents, but you will only work with the pieces of information.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. You said that you save almost 15 euro per document to process. How precise are you? That means how are you measuring the effectivity and the reliability of your tool? How sure you are that the results are 100% correct?
With the number of 15 euros, we get it from Raiffeisenbank, and we calculated our costs per one page, the same of our own costs, and it's just 1 cent. But the cost from the opposite side, we got.
No, I don't mean that you calculated the cost. I mean that the results of your tool are precise and reliable. That you can trust your tool.
If it actually like upload the right definitions, I mean, yeah, there is human in the loop, and it works. There's always human in the loop. It suggests the meaning of relation and such, and always business user just either approve it or edit it, so it's up to date. But he doesn't have to look up all the data to look where all the data is, which domains and such. Like there's a human in the loop and there's approve. And of course, we used. It's not just up to user, but we used, because this is for the financial industry, we used something called like ontology frameworks, like FIBO, which helped our tool to get better from the first step. Of course, we have our own knowledge base, and we get feedback from from the user. If he edited something, we get a feedback, and the system actually learns throughout the time.
Okay, thanks. And the second question, you now tested it on the bank environment. How bound is your tool to a bank environment? How about other industries? How sure you are that you can adapt your tool easily with no big effort into any industry?
With any industry. There are already few frameworks like FIBO, and for automotive, pharmacy, and I think other 3, which would be very easy. Of course, there are like a very specific industry where it would take a longer time to get our knowledge base and to learn from the users. But yeah, and they would take longer than those industry that like pharmacy, automotive, in other two.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask, you mentioned, first of all, well done, such an improvement from last time. So that was great. I have a question regarding, you mentioned saving 70 to 90% time. What was your main goal or main value that you wanted to provide? Was it the speed? Was it saving time? Was it quality of the output? Or what was the main goal?
We wanted to show a solution where we bridge some data obstacles and financial, like bridging a financial world or any other world with data world. Experts like Susan is expert at her job. She understands the data most, but usually data analytics, IT analysts, business analysts are those people who put those data into metadata catalogs and platforms and such, because they are technically advanced. With our solution, where all technical skills basically run in the background, Susan can validate, because she's expert, she can validate the solution. She doesn't need to know any technical skills to put it in metadata catalog or to go through all data platforms. And she can just actually approve it with one click, and it's happening in the background.
So the main goal was integration and knowledge.
Yes, which actually results in saving time.
Because they're saving a lot of time. So what are they going to do with that time? What can they focus on? What is it a consequence that based on saving time here, they can dedicate the time as in the previous presentation, and they were focusing on something else? What do your employees do? Not your, but theirs.
Yeah, they can focus actually to implement, not to focusing just looking for data, to defining data, but to actually trying to solve or to implement another use cases. Just for instance, they can do instead of one use case in 3 months, they could do 2 AI use cases that works in the same amount of time.
With the same quality.
Sorry?
Of the same quality.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Do I understand correctly that you already implemented your solution and it's being rolled out in Rivka?
No, it's not. We actually, because there's a strict policy in the banking sector, so we got just a huge amount of anonymized data from actually one segment of retail, and we tested on that.
Okay, and the decision about rolling out or piloting bigger pilot was not done yet? Or?
No, it wasn't done yet.
Are you planning to go there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're in discussion with our mentor who works there.
Just let's play a role of the board. Yeah. If you want to convince me or us to provide the resources and all the go through the hustle of all the regulation to implement your solution, what is the net benefit, financial net benefit to the organization? Maybe not the whole organization, maybe just the pilot you did, yeah? But what you can see actually.
Financial benefit that if I pay an expert, the expert doesn't need to spend 90% of their time to actually do just repetitive work of defining data, but he can focus at what he is best at.
So it's really about saving the time of people who would be data inputs, doing the data inputs. Do I understand correctly?
Yes, and also basically. Yeah, I would say so.
And I guess Rivka was the one who said that this is the project for you to tackle.
Yes.
You did not analyze something and prioritize opportunities and said this would be worth doing. No.
No.
Okay, thank you. So that was it from us.
So we are approaching the half. So the third team who will come on stage, dear jury, to share with you what they have achieved is the team R. Now I see happy faces. They looked frustrated. Now they are happy. You are prepared.
Good evening. As you can probably tell, this was a bit unexpected for us. I'm Michal, this is Lara, and we would like to tell you about our project FlowMind. One of the most valuable assets every company has is information. It's the knowledge and the know-how of how we do what we do. Yet, many of companies don't have these valuable processes documented or mapped in any way. These workers do these processes every day, yet the knowledge is kept locked in their heads. And why is that? What is the problem that we are facing? Well, 35% of process modeling professionals claim that the main barrier in their work, in mapping these processes, is how time-consuming it is. It takes a lot of time to document these processes. It is a tedious work, and people hate to do it. It needs some better solution. Let's take a look at a scenario. This is Jana. Jana works in a mid-sized company, and she is responsible for managing the incoming orders from their clients. Jana has been doing this process for years. She knows it in and out, and her manager asks her to somehow document it, at least write it down. So Jana tries a few times, but every time it is just so time consuming. She doesn't like to do it. She never ends up actually doing it. And after some time, Jana decides to move on from this company, and her knowledge leaves with her, which means that the person that comes after her and is responsible for this process is left with trial and error.
But we have a good news for Jana and her manager. Especially for this kind of situations, we built FlowMind. Jana doesn't have to sit for hours drawing the processes she's responsible for. She just have to describe the processes in her own words, and FlowMind will turn it into finished diagram. The task for hours becomes a matter of minutes. No more time stops being an excuse. And Jana saves also the time and effort of your successors before it's too late. Let's see how it works. You drop in the audio or you record one. It takes you a moment to process and you get the final diagram. In case you are not satisfied with result, you can edit the diagram directly in the application. But as you see, you don't have to draw anything by hand, or you don't have to have any knowledge in process notation. So let's move on. One more thing I would like to mention in our presentation is our infrastructure and how we run it. Right now, the infrastructure is really simple and cheap, and the cost for the whole application per month is 165 crowns. But it's built to scale, and we also have ideas how to do it. Also, thanks to feedback from Hannah. Our idea to let people talk about the same process simultaneously and track their responses disagree. And let's see where it goes. So that's FlowMind, turning that people know into clear process diagrams. Thank you so much for your attention. That's all from us. We are ready for your questions.
Thank you. Have you considered looking at also optimizing the processes? Because frankly, most companies, I think, would say that they are not happy with the state of their processes. So mapping on its own maybe is not the most valuable task. So what are your thoughts on that?
Basically, we now in the stage of MVP, but with one of the possibilities we were talking about, just on the dashboard with reconciliation, also highlight where it might be better processes and where are problems and pain points, of course.
Second question, and I know this is a tough one because today that's the reality, but what is the USP? Because if I talk to generic Copilot, generic Gemini, generic Claude, they will do the same job.
Yeah, sure. For example, you can run it on premise. So there is a model which is based locally. So sensitive information doesn't go anywhere. So it's one of our value proposition, I guess.
Say that also we deliver complex tool where a user can have, for example, different projects for different, for example, functional areas in their company, and they can have all their audios and all their diagrams in one place. So it's one advantage. And the second, I would say, the second advantage is consistency, because we promise that all diagrams looks the same, they have the same logic, and when you use LLM, it's possible to get the same consistency, but you would have to use the same prompt every time, and this prompt should be really detailed. So it's just more user-friendly, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
One just last thing, we also implemented a discriminated like layer that is deterministic. That's the word. Sorry, a deterministic layer that checks that everything that. Every action has its own actor and others. So there's like not just the probabilistic LLM, but also a deterministic layer. Just that
okay,
was
thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question. What made you put the output, as in the diagram, in a vertical format instead of horizontal, how usually processes are mapped?
answer. We started with mermaid diagrams, which are typically, I'm not sure now, but they are vertical. But I think it's possible also to change it a little bit.
Can it also integrate into a blueprint? As in how the organization functions, if everybody speaks their way of working, it captures, can it create a blueprint, or do I have to do it manually?
Blueprint in what sense?
Blueprint captures how every process in the organization works, step by step, who does what, when, how they intersect, interact, people you see, people you don't see as a customer, etc. It's how service design works. You design processes based on, you capture it in a blueprint, and it's usually horizontal. So that's why I was surprised that yours is vertical. And if I have this process, how does it fit into, if all of us working for one organization say what we do, how we do it, if you can get a blueprint out of it, or if it's kind of not there yet.
As of now, making a blueprint out of multiple sort of conversations or audio files is not possible. The tool can't do that as of now.
Which means that the job of service designers is still safe, which is great. And what about the quality of, because people can have their, I don't want to say jargon, but their way of describing how they do the same work. We may be working on the same position, but doing it slightly differently. Do you standardize? Do you capture it as a completely different way of working? How do you work with the quality of input and output?
We were thinking about a concept of having conflict resolution, which would mean multiple people create multiple diagrams, and then we compare the differences in these different diagrams to sort of come to one that is actually correct and the best one. Unfortunately, as of now, it was sort of out of scope for our project. So now it is sort of the responsibility of the user to make sure that sort of high quality description
goes in. Jana
in.
doesn't care. She's leaving. She's not gonna spend hours talking about precise step-by-step things. She's off to her next job.
Well, the point is that it doesn't take hours to describe a process. Maybe the preparation, but takes some time. But the description itself should be way shorter and way less time consuming than making it manually in an editor.
And you showed us a demo, which was nice. However, we haven't heard the recording. Which language do you use for this? Is it optimized for Czech or is it based on English?
It is optimized for Czech.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I must say I like the technical solution itself, but on the other hand, I would like to make one step out of the technical solution, and maybe it's a very, very similar question like you heard right now. How do you motivate Jana to store the information into the system, even if she's already in the situation that she's about to leave the company?
Well, our tool was for like the more like the board of the company, not really for the employees. I mean, it is capturing the knowledge of employees, but if the company wants to get their knowledge documented, I guess that's a work for the board, not really for the tool, I guess. I don't know what else to add. If you want to add.
Maybe one possibility how is show that it's not that time consuming and it's really fast to do it. So to motivate to show.
So you are telling me that the board will describe the processes, or they will make it duty for the staff?
They will make it duty. I don't expect Jana to one day suddenly want to describe all the processes and map them out. It is sort of for on the management who wants to have their processes mapped out to motivate her or to motivate their workers to map out the processes and capture their knowledge. Thank you.
Business question. How you calculated the business case of this solution? And what was the result?
So we formulated as software as a service, if you meant this. And our idea was to use some initial basic plan and then pay as you go system, because we use AI and tokenization.
Okay, so second question. I'm an investor. I have a lot of money and I want to invest into your company. Why should I? Because I didn't see any finance numbers.
Admittedly, that is probably a field that maybe we should have worked on a little better since, yeah, I can't answer that now. So I have to admit.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more point here. The project was also like designed. It was like for the university, so there wasn't really the thought about something like that, because it was something that they would like to use, but it also could be used in the companies, because there are some processes in the university as well as in companies. So we wanted to make like a more universal tool, but the main idea came from the university. So we didn't really make this gap, but like it's a good point. So yeah.
Okay, thank you for admitting this. And can you imagine that, or how you will sell this tool to the companies? What will be the added value? What will be the real benefit for the companies instead of Jana is leaving?
So our primary companies we are interested in are companies which don't have documented processes and which also met challenges like this. And so it might be a good benefit. And also, as I said, there is a possibility to make it sensitive comparing to working with Copilot, for example. And
okay,
thank you.
May I follow up on this discussion what you had just now? So do I understand correctly that FIS VŠE, it was their brief, right? Or was it from VŠE, the brief?
Initial idea was from VŠE, right?
Okay. Is it already put in use or not really? Or is it on the idea
not yet,
level?
Because if we discussed it with VŠE and we just pointed that
Maybe I have a thought. So initially we got some instruction and specifications, and also from the side of university it changed, because then
welcome in the real world, yeah.
Yes. So let's just say that we then didn't want to start all over, so we just changed the focus main on the companies that don't really have documentation, because university told us that they actually had a lot of documentation, so they want something different, and we didn't really have the time to make it all over again. So we just changed our focus to the companies that don't have the documentation. And so that's the reason why it's not in the use anywhere, because
so it's not use.
It's not
yet.
just
Okay.
I was just addressing the point that the initial idea was from university, and then we had to change the focus to the companies because university was doing something else.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the last question, right?
Okay, do I understand that correctly, that in fact VŠE set you up to fail and then you are trying to somehow reassess and redo everything, so it's a little bit less messy than it was before.
To
Yes
start
or no?
with. Not exactly. But something what Vishay needed is a little more complex than we intend to build. But we left discussion with Vishay open, so we suggested we can keep on working. And
Anybody else? Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was tough. Thank you, guys. You did great. Now it's time for next team. And the letter of the team is I.
Do you know what this is? This is just your typical day at your work. Files, threats, notifications, more and more created every single day, more than anyone could ever read. We've never had so much information at our fingertips, and yet the moment you actually need help, none of it has the answer. And it all comes down to one question. Who? And it is the one question no search bar can actually answer. And that's why you spend on average 9.3 hours every week just looking for information. That's more than one full working day. And it is like paying 1 in 5 people to do nothing but to hunt for things. And the thing is, a lot of those searches actually end in fail. And that's because most of the knowledge that you were looking for was never written down. It lives in your people. It lives in the conversations they had, in the problems they had solved, and the work they simply do every day. And this is probably the most valuable knowledge that your company has, human knowledge. So instead of wasting 9.3 hours every week, you can just ask one person who can tell you in minutes.
Now, let's introduce to our client, but mostly our inspiration, the New Originals. New Originals is a European tofu producer who has experts in 7 countries and 11 production sites. When they came to us, the request was simple. Help our managers find the people across factories. But when we looked at this issue, we realized that first, job titles are not enough, because job titles don't say what your people actually know today. And as Petra from HR said it, it's about losing potential and limited cross-department visibility. And that's when we realized what our challenge is. Our challenge is to find this hidden but very important and very crucial information. And this is when SkillWiki comes in. SkillWiki is here to make the information and the knowledge behind your people visible. SkillWiki essentially becomes the bridge, because in all of your guys' organization, the information is already there, but it's separated into pieces. Some pieces are in the job titles, but most of the pieces are in your existing tools. So SkillWiki takes this information and these pieces from your tools such as Jira, Confluence, SharePoint, or GitHub, connects these pieces and gives you the right information. Yes, SkillWiki connects, because it's all about connections. In order to make this work, we had to do a lot of connections. We had to connect the people. Of course, we had to connect them to their locations. We then had to connect their skills and their technologies. But because we go even beyond and we want the knowledge behind your people, we take their real activity from the tools, as we like to call it, activity evidence. So how will these connections look in the technical way? The knowledge graph. Knowledge graph is the brain behind our AI chatbot. So how will the user interface look like? It's very simple. Users ask questions in their natural language, and behind the scenes, SkillWiki finds the information in the knowledge graph. For the user, the answer is simple and fast. But for the company, it's reliable because it's hidden, because it's only in the graph we created, so it doesn't come up with something that's not in the company. So 3 moments where SkillWiki changes everything. Do you remember the first days at your companies where you were confused, you didn't know who to ask? Well, SkillWiki does. Then, manager building a dream team for a new project. Well, SkillWiki knows the past projects and can give you the right experts for the new project. And third, Factory A has an issue. Well, and Factory B has the expert. SkillWiki connects, but there's many more. Now, to bring you the value in numbers, we asked our companies and also asked the new originals what it could bring to them. They said 90% quicker time for finding the right person, from hours looking for the information and for the expert to minutes. And then we calculated, based on the average numbers that Ivcha said, that it could save approximately 80,000 euros per year.
And how about the market? Is the market ready for us? Yes, and the opportunity is big. Knowledge management is already 23 billion euro market, growing at 14% a year, but we are not chasing all of it. Our target is specific. It is mid-sized companies that operate across more countries, and in Europe alone, there are over 75,000 of them. And nearly 5,000 of them already use AI and Microsoft, so they can start with SkillWiki right away. And that's exactly where we would begin. But of course, we are not in the market alone, and we want to be transparent with you. But that's not a bad thing, because it proves our point that this problem is real and it is worth solving. But what differentiates us from our competitors is they search what's written down. We look for people who know. And so, who was your team behind all of this? It is just 4 girls who truly believe that they could break through the tech world with their one-of-a-kind product. We have our 2 main engineers here, Vicky, Nate, and our head engineer, Vicky, who we actually named SkillWiki after. And then you have Simcha and me, Ivcha, and we try to look more on the business and product side of things so it makes sense to our future customers. So, if you're ready to unlock the full potential of your company's knowledge, let's connect. Thank you.
Okay, I can start with a question. Thank you for the presentation. I understand the companies you are targeting, but who is the real target from the management, from who you are asking for this, or you are targeting in the company? Who is the part of the management? Which employees you go to with this product?
Ultimately, this product's for everyone, but I think the main users would actually be managers who are trying to solve a problem at a project, for instance, and they're trying to see what people has that one specific skill that they need. Or you are just being hired at a company and there's a lot of information. You don't know where to look. So, and you don't know who to ask ultimately. So with our product, you will have answer in minutes. So it's basically for everyone, but yeah, there are some main users.
Okay, and if you go to the company, who is the main person, the first person you are looking for?
I would say it would be probably project managers, because they are the people that are actually like managing the project and putting together the team, and also the HR department.
And do you think that the HR department and the project managers are the budget holders and the decisions who are really influencing and deciding about the money?
We believe that we will convince those people, and they will be so excited about the solution that they will convince further down the management.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. I'm genuinely excited. I can tell you that in Deloitte, I spent so much time looking for people that can help me on a particular project or can help me with a ticket or whatever. So I completely get the problem and I love it. But the solution will only be as good as the data that you use to build it. So how are you thinking about this?
So I would say that the hardest part would be getting like really good data that we can work with, but it depends from the company. It depends on the system they are using, and also it depends on what kind of information they want to have in the chat, or what kind of information they want to see.
So I'll be specific. In our case, I don't think there is a system that captures what you are looking for, apart from emails and Teams calls.
Well, that would probably be a problem. For us, I think we are quite flexible with many systems. We can talk about it, and it really comes to your needs. So maybe the conversations are a bit more too private for us to use, but maybe on role-based access or activity kind of access, we can change who can see what kind of information.
Okay, so if we don't get emails or team messages, what is the next best source for you that you would go after?
Maybe if you use the Microsoft ecosystem, we can look at the Microsoft Planner. Maybe someone uses to track the, or maybe SharePoint. GitHub if you use.
And maybe like among project managers, I did experience in my other company that Asana was heavily used. So maybe tools such that, or for example, another use case could be when it comes to some consulting company. In the consulting company, usually there are already some information. Each consultant has its own CV, and this information is stored somewhere. So these are probably the companies that can benefit the most from us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to make sure that I understand it correctly. From my point of view, this tool has potential to replace the old-fashioned intranets on Microsoft SharePoint or any other platform. So, do you somehow plan to index the old intranets full of structured and unstructured documents and take it as a root source of information for the wiki?
Yeah, essentially, yeah, we would like to extract the key information and then build a knowledge graph, which would be like the brains behind. And essentially, like the skill wiki is will be super flexible and customizable, and each skill wiki will be different for each company. And the skill wiki is as good as is the knowledge graph.
Thank you once more.
Thank you for the presentation. I will continue to what these two have hinted on, garbage in, garbage out. How do you know who knows? We are coming back to the previous presentation when they were trying to capture processes. You literally don't know the company. As you heard, they don't have this mapped out anywhere, and you might have some access to some type of, I don't know, email conversation or something. How does email tell you what my capabilities are? How many languages I speak, if I've improved some of my skills or learned new skills that are not written in my CV? How do you want to work with this?
I think the initial approach would be in the company, you need to find the people that know. And
I need to do it myself.
No. We as people that would potentially try to implement the solution, I think it will start with the talks between us and the company. We will not just.
I am the company, so give me an example.
All
like
right.
that.
So.
So you come to my company and start talking
let's
to
say
my
you,
employees.
you are a mid-sized company, 500 employees or so. In your company, you definitely have few people who knows where to find information. The people that are in the company for 10 years, they are the heart and the soul of the company. And we will start with talking to them. We will start talking to them where they look for the information. And we will start from that. And then we will follow with trying to get familiar with different data sources and build from that. But we are not just coming to you, taking your data and building the solution. We are trying to understand what's actually going on. And I think this is through the people also, which is part of the process.
And how long it's gonna take? Because you will have to come in, you will have to assess, you will have to speak to the employees. They won't be doing their job. They will be talking to you. What type of information you will be asking them about? Because you can start like literally anywhere, right? There's like, if you focus on one, what is your implementation plan in this?
We did discuss this internally heavily, and the first thing that comes to my mind is it's case by case, which it definitely is, because every company is different. But I think is something that can be implemented like within 6 months.
So 6 months of interviews, mapping, and then coming with a first prototype.
Yes.
A lot of things change in 6 months. But thank you.
I have heard a lot of maybe we would. Can you help me clarify whether it is already, whether you already had a pilot in place or if it is only at the idea stage? Where is this project actually?
So we work with the New Originals company, and they gave us the idea. From our side, we tried to make the knowledge graph on the synthetic data, but in production, it is not yet. But potentially, it could be because of the limits we got from the company, that we didn't get the real data or any access to the systems. So we didn't like do the real thing yet. But we do have like a demo.
What do you think are the major constraints which you might be facing if you want to go to some real pilot stage in this company or another one, based on what you faced so far?
I think there will be a lot of problem with sensitivity of the data.
Okay, thank you. Second thing, anything, any idea about the possible business case behind?
So our product would be based on SaaS subscription. So you would pay per employee per every month, and it really depends on the complexity and the size of the company.
And the benefit for the organization you are probably not able to quantify, right? So far.
So the benefit is the saved hours, of course, and the money that you, and the 80,000 that we talked about, and it's the money that is saved by not searching and just knowing the information straight away.
When you talked about how you approach it and about the whole problem, I was immediately thinking like, yeah, but in the organizations, we very often have people whose value to the organization is not necessarily through the hard skills, which is actually easy to find out, right? So, okay, this is an expert, he knows these kind of things and he does that. And probably they have maybe some process mapping, or you can cooperate with your colleagues to do the process mapping together with that, whatever. How about people who are actually typically essential, who are bringing, let's call it for simplicity, soft skills, the ability to connect with other people, an understanding of how the influence circle works, how the decision is being made, and all these things which are actually bringing huge value to the organization. And maybe very often is hidden. Maybe people may not want to even show it, share it. Did you think about those kind of soft edge issues?
Well, those people would probably be also the first people we would approach, but also in the future we were thinking about implementing Teams conversations, Slack conversations. So maybe there are the conversations about the meeting, or like what's gonna come in, and maybe like also that like from the real conversations that people have.
Thank you very much. Anybody? Thank you.
Thank you, team. It's getting harder. You are tougher and tougher. So it's the last team. We are still good on time. Jury looks still full of energy. So it's my pleasure to invite team starting with letter D. Yeah.
So, good day, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. This is very unexpected. So, I think first of all, I would like to talk about the business scale that we're dealing with. The first question is, have you heard of Citibank? Of course. It's a really big bank. It's not a bank that serves just one team in one city or in one country. It's a global scale bank that has its presence in 90 countries, has more than 200,000 employees, and of course, deal with many complex financial relationships. So imagine one efficiency, 5 minutes lose here, 1 hour losing there. Sounds really tiny. for one person. But if you imagine that this goes across thousands of employees, thousands of business cases, that would create such a massive business impact. And that's where we identify our opportunity. Our business opportunity is to help the credit experts to process everything faster. So our solution is to help underwriting from manual preparation into an AI-backed solution. So please, everyone meet Adam. Adam is an underwriter. He works for Citibank. Citibank receives a multi-million-dollar request of credit facility. Adam is the decision maker, but his real work of decision making hasn't begun yet. He will start with going through many resources, going through many systems, going through tons and tons of reports, and of course, check policy, check the risk, and then identify where the issue lies. And then he later on decide whether the corporates, the organization get that millions or not. So the process seems small, but it can take months of preparation. And after that, making decision, it takes a lot of time. So we want to help Adam. We decided that we will build a team to help Adam. So everyone is talking about AI, but it's not just a chatbot that we want to build. We want to build a process. Of course, we cannot just rely on the process, on the AI, asking them, hey, can we give this person or this organization few $1 million? I think that would create a big risk. So we built a AI automation agent workflow that would help Adam. So in our solution, Adam goes to work. Yes, but then the AI process, the AI validates all the documentation, and Adam then challenges and make the decision. The process goes from months to days. So why is this helpful? We want to maximize our stakeholder value. And Citibank is a global company, it's really big. So 1 hour per day across 5,000 employees, that's 1.25 million hours per year of productivity capacity that we can use to do something else. Now times 75 euro or dollars of working payment of each credit expert, that is the annual cost is 94 million euro of productivity capacity. And we want to unlock this. This is just 1 hour per year of save per underwriter. We have saved from months to weeks. Next, please. Sorry. This is a team that we want to build for Adam. First of all, is the orchestrator that works as the project manager, manages the whole workflow. The next one is the data agent. He finds good resources that Adam can use. Next one is the maker agent, which reads and analyzes a document, create structure insights. The next one is the checker agent, where they check the risk, the number, the quality, the gaps. And the last one, a very important one, is Adam. Our solution is not to replace Adam. We want to help him. And he has to always stay in the process. He will be the credibility of this process. So today, we don't bring to you just an idea on a slide. We have a fully done prototype, a working local demo that is working, functioning. We have a multi-agent workflow. We have document and data automation. The next step, what is the next step? We want to implement it in Citibank. We want to basically put it with cloud infrastructure, put in monitoring, and make it faster for all the credit experts, make their job easier. And of course, the global rollout. If there's an opportunity, we want to help it all over the world, across all Citibank's presence. So that's all for me. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you where is your team, but it's good that they are here for the questions. Corporate credit scoring is a very thorough process. Yes. Do you have an insider on your team, or do you work with a client for you to actually be able to understand all the ins and outs of this very specific process? We had a
meeting with the board of Citibank, and they actually show us the workflow. So we think that this implementation of just doing the credit preparation would help them so much within the workflow.
Okay, follow-up question. I think essentially you talked about three things: collecting data, assessing the data, and actually assessing the credit risks. Yes. All these are very different disciplines. Do you intend to do all of this, or do you focus on one or two of the three? What's your view?
Yeah, so we mostly focused on getting the external data from sources and then process them.
Okay, and then, sorry, last question. Can you give an example? So if you will be assessing a loan request, what is the external data that you look into for a company?
Well, for example, we used data from Justice to get information about like all the stats of the company.
That's 101. Do you go deeper?
Well, there are many sources that we could use, but for our POC, we use just two main sources. First was news, so basically just taking the sentiment from the news, and the second one was Justice, some accounting data and metrics to compute and make the decision. But Citibank has like a lot of external sources, and that's one of the solution that we provide. They can basically, before making the agent to like process the data, they can choose which sources they want to process, and it's going to process only these parts.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for presentation. Good idea. However, if you let other entity check the data, how confident you are that the data are checked correctly? Because at the end, there is a human interaction, definitely. Yeah? And from the tens or hundreds of pages, there is an output which the human checks. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, maybe. And what if the process in between is somehow wrong? That might cost a lot of money, because in bank, we are dealing with money and loans, and then 1 0 can be really expensive. So how you are gonna deal with this?
Yeah, so we did some unit tests to check how like efficient the process is, and also like some other parts of testing, and yeah.
Definitely, if one case out of 1,000, it's 1 promille or already, is fail, it might still cost thousands or millions or billions of crowns, euros. So isn't that too expensive fail?
I understand your questions. Of course, it will be expensive, but in the beginning, the human has to be there to check every step. The human has to validate, the human has to challenge the agent back so that we can train the bot and we can give it a better answer. Like it can bring us better answer and with better accuracy. So without the human, this would not be trustworthy. And of course, we're a bank. Trust and credibility is very important. That's why the credit expert job is always have to be there. We cannot replace the credit expert. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
How are you planning to address biases?
Sorry, again, please.
How are you planning to address bias? Bias of somebody who is building this AI to help.
Bias? What is that?
Because we are definitely talking about quality of the output, right?
Yes.
So it can be only as good as how it's processed and how it's set, and it will be set with some bias because it's set by humans at the end.
Oh, you mean the bias that basically the agent give one answer and the human put into it another, like train it again, and then it gives some bias. So we still don't have implementation with that yet. But if that's the case,
this means that the input can be more or less anything. So then you want the agent to check all the steps, which I mean the agent, the real person, to check all the steps, which means that the person would have to still go through the data, through the reports to understand what's there, to see if the AI helped in a correct way or.
Like the core steps, for those steps we use deterministic functions, which helps us with some part of the biases. And when we use language models, then we use temperature as low as possible to make it as much deterministic as possible.
Yes, thank you. You said the prototype is already built. Where is it running?
It's running locally, just for us, and it's on GitLab.
Oh, okay, so you are running the prototype. You got no real feedback from the city or something.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have two questions. Well, the first one was already answered because I was curious about if you already have some feedback from the board of directors of Citibank, so we don't. And my second question is, so the current underwriting process was described to you by the board of directors of Citibank? Because if it looks such an old-fashioned way as you showed us, then God bless Citibank, to be honest. But I don't believe it's the real current status. So was this really the real case study which is currently being solved in Citibank?
Well, they showed us the idea, like the workflow on very high level, and they asked us if we can work on it and improve it, and we concentrated for the part of collecting external data and process them.
So there was no connection with the people who are really doing the underwriting process. Do I understand it correctly?
We just had a discussion with people from Citibank at the beginning, and then we discussed the process enduring. Yeah, but that was the whole process with Citibank. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any idea about business case? Did you calculate anything, or is it maybe it's not ready for the business case yet, if I understand correctly?
Well, basically, we were only asked to do the architecture from Citibank, so we had to do the whole case for this course. So basically, no.
Okay. What next steps are you going to take? What is in front of you? Is it the finale today? Or
It's
does
definitely
it
not the
show goes
final.
on?
Yes. The next step is to show this to the board of Citibank, see if they can implement our solution. And of course, if they can implement our solution, we would move on with it. We would try to integrate with the Citibank's infrastructure, put it under cloud technology, and of course, try to improve it, work on it. That will be our next steps.
Okay. And what would be the exact next step? So they say, on the surface, looks good, go ahead. What are your next steps within Citibank? So you have an approval from the board of directors, right? And now they are saying, so what is the process? How do you get to the final proposal, to the final architecture? Because if I understand correctly, you don't have all the information you would probably need to do that, right? Yeah.
Well, probably the first step would be to get access to their architecture, because we don't have it yet, and understand it and understand how to implement the parts to connect them to their existing architecture. Yeah, and
The last question, yeah. Do you know what good looks like? So what makes your proposal being successful for Go Ahead?
I think the fact that we can save Citibank so much money, which in my presentation I show it was 94 million euro per hour saved across the global. I believe that our solution can help Citibank so much, save so much money, not just money, make the process faster, also improve, unlock many capacity for doing something else.
That's probably the reason why they dedicated their personal, very valuable time to brief you. The potential saving. Now, what I'm asking is really targeting another area, which is like, what needs to be delivered from you so that the board of directors says, we are not going to hire Deloitte for that, right? We are going to hire you. Do you understand what are those criteria? If not, did you ask them, or did they tell you, or none of it happened?
The truth is, we had only initial meeting with the board. And after that, one more meeting where we present our architecture. After that, it was a communication come just from us, and we didn't hear any reply. So unfortunately, that's where it stops. But we would love to bring the case forward if there's an opportunity, and to improve it and to work with Citibank.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank you, team. And I can tell you, I just messaged with the board member of Citi, and he will be interested. So it's a good friend of mine. So thank you very much. Big thank and big applause to all students, to all of you. There will be no more questions. You will be asked today. There is actually one ask when we will show you shortly a QR code. So you students, you can vote for your student team. You will choose, you will just order your teams from these 5. Oh, there it's already there, great. And now a question for the jury. How much time do you need now to deliberate? How much time shall I give you?
Give us 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
To tell you when we are ready.
Okay.
How about that?
So I will know in 15 minutes. Then I made already so many mistakes today and yesterday. So I will count twice. We will get it prepared. So in 20 minutes, I think we will then announce there will be the awards ceremony. No permissions. So that's yet another mistake I made. So, so I will unlock it shortly. So, jury, you have 15 minutes.
It would help us significantly if we can get some help with somebody with a computer at certain point. Is there anybody who could help us out?
Yeah, I'm looking over there. So there is, yes, there is Hanka.
Jo, super. Díky.
So back on stage in 20 minutes.
Like a fever burning in my bones, a true believer. When you come in close, light up like neon, cutting your afterglow. Babe, you're a new song, singing back on your echo. I can't let you go. Rhythm of your love got me singing. Oh, I can't get enough. Rhythm of your love, singing back on your echo. 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 Singing back on your
together now, you'll see just how this life is supposed to be. Come on. surrounded, can't stop for a second to breathe. My thoughts are flowing like water. One day soon I will find. I know I am close. I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly. I know I am free. I'm feeling alive. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the jungle. The city keeps me distracted, but I know where I should be. Tell my mama I'm leaving. Just take your mask off and join me. I know you're dying to see all the secrets I'm hiding. One day soon I will find. I know I am close. I know I will shine. One day soon I will fly. I know I am free. I'm feeling alive. Take me back to the jungle. Take me back to the jungle. Hey. Take me back to the
Seat belts. So now I think I'm now properly nervous. I do not know why it happens to me, but I really live all this with all of you students, live it through. So it always grows up my like these butterflies here. So I understand how you felt. So are you nervous still now? No? So let's get started. I want to also, we forgot to thank to you, to all the students, because you are the reason I am here. You are also the source of learning, and you are. I'm learning from you, and I think all the jury also learned a lot, hell lot from you. So you are not the only ones who are learning here, and you are learning from the problems the companies shared with us. And this is great. A company shares a problem and we all learn from it. So that's why I'm here. That's why I so enjoy it. I forgot to thank to all your protagonists. It was real fun. Some of you made jokes out of that. So we had several Adams there. We had Jane, Susan, Jackie, Peter, Maria. So thank you. And the credit also goes to Jorge. Where is Jorge? This is the guy who showed you how to craft a story. So without further ado, I would like to announce the winner of the student competition. So who you voted for. So the winner is, I don't have the clicker, so I will ask the direction. Let's try if it works. And the winner of the student competition is Team K. So please come on stage. Hey, Team K, where are you? No, come on stage. Yeah, come here, come up here. So we have also a small prize for you. Big applause.
I have a small prize for you. I have 3 pieces. I will tell you why. Because I would like you to go together to Ambiente and have a beer.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite member of the jury, the chair of the jury on stage, to share how it all went. I will give you my mic. So please share a couple of words with us, Ivanka.
Teaching moment, guys and girls. One of the things which we would really like to encourage you next time when you are taking the task from somebody is not to say thank you and leave. Is to say inside yourself, is this the right problem to solve? Is this the right task to be working on? And then translate it into the proper questions and ask those questions. And then when you are working, and if you figure out during the work that, it seems that there is some underlying problem which actually deserves the solution more, why don't you come back and challenge the problem again? Because this is what will make you totally valuable, and valuable much more than the rest of the guys who are saying yes, sir, and starting to work on something what is maybe a wrong problem to work on. And we have heard it today several times that this is what the customer wanted. But ask whoever who works with the clients, how often clients actually don't know what they really need?
Well, almost always.
Okay, so this is an important moment to take with you. And then I have several highlights which I collected from the jury. 2 are on the content of your presentations. One is having a business case is a really good idea, always. It doesn't need to be a big table, a spreadsheets with trillion of numbers. It can be few numbers, but they should actually be telling the client or the investor that this is worth doing. And almost everything in our world we are able to translate into money. So even if it is time, even if it is quality, it typically is, you should be able to translate it into some guesstimate, at least in terms of money. Second one is how far were you able to go with your project, and even having the small feedback regarding the progress from the company you worked for would be extremely valuable. Okay? And now let's talk about the form, how you present it. I hope that you have seen actually things which we have seen. There were great examples of things like presentation skills. You probably know who we are talking about. Almost like TED Talk-ish, and somebody said, I think they probably used AI. And what do we say about using AI?
It's great.
He actually didn't know that I will ask him. Then some of you came here and they said, oh my God, we didn't know, we didn't expect that we will be chosen. Forget it. Yeah? And I know this feels like we are among friends and people who know us. But think about it, whenever you are coming somewhere and you are about to present some of your ideas, being it formal or informal, it's actually about building the trust with your audience. And in business, we sometimes think, especially if we are technically trained, that the best argument wins. But
No, I didn't pay attention.
Mexo, what wins? What wins?
I'd say trust, respect, likability.
Yeah, relationship built on trust wins always. Always in business, okay? And there were some good examples how you build the trust when you came on stage. Sometimes it was very confident standing and confident presentation, few great examples today. Sometimes it is introducing the team in a very trustworthy way. Not at the beginning, but very meaningfully at the end, like the last stamp on the credibility, okay? So think about those small things. And then actually, I loved what you said, because you know what also builds credibility? If somebody admits that he doesn't know or he didn't pay attention, it's really very high value. And the team who actually admitted that they maybe did not spend enough time on certain area, they gained the respect of us, high respect, because, okay, they can take feedback and they can admit it, and next time I'm sure they will do much better, okay? Yeah, and I think that's it. Thank you so much for having us. We really enjoyed being here, and I hope I'm speaking for the rest of the jury that we wish you not only great holiday break or whatever you are having in front of you, but also great life.
Thank you, Ivanko. And now it's my honor to invite my colleague, the one whose fault it is. I'm here, our dean, Ota Novotný. Otto, stage is yours.
Thank you, Mirek. And first of all, I admire the work of all of you, because what you have done throughout these 5-6 months, it's tremendous. Excellent work, and I think it requires applause. And I know that because I think 8 years ago, when that class has started, I was in the shoes of Mirek, and I mentored all 20 teams at once and organized the final evening. So I know that it's pretty tough work, and I think the Mirek, first of all, requires applause from you. But it's not only the Mirek. I would like to thank all the partners and all the companies who supplied their use cases for you to work on. Thank you. To all the jury members, like this morning and this evening, I have heard you were too tough today in the evening. I don't think so. It could be worse. So, yeah, I know you. It could be worse. Yeah. So, big applause for jury. And last but not least, thanks to the whole organizing team who took care not only about this event, but throughout the whole class. I hope I won't forget to mention someone. Kamila, Martin, Petra, Hanka, Bara. Yeah, I think it's all. Thank you very much. And now it's my, how to say that, humble role to award the final prize. So, who's the winner? And by the way, our final prize, it's 40,000 crowns, which is very good dinner, am I right? Perhaps a couple of dinners. Okay.
Can you read the chart?
Yeah. So the winner is Timo. Come on stage.
Moc gratuluju. Děkujeme. Gratuluju. Pozdravuluju.
It's yours.
You did great, guys. Jorge, come on stage. You are also the one who contributed to the quality of what was delivered.
And I think it's time to share some secret with you. This is one of the teams who has been changing their business case, I think 2 months ago. Completely different company. So it could be done in 2 months and you still can win. Applause. So, how do you feel?
Well, I'm honored. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone. Thank you, Jury, for your feedback. It was we are honored to be here, and we're just so happy. Nothing to say. It means a lot for me.
Excellent, very good. And now is the time for conclusion. I'm always saying that the prizes have been awarded, but after party here is for everyone. And how to help you to enjoy it a bit more, everyone can come to Camilla and will get 3 drink vouchers to enjoy the evening even better. So, enjoy your time. It was a pleasure being with you. Yeah, Camilla is over there. Now the most important person in this room. This is the drink I promised you. Thank you. Everything is over. Enjoy your summer holidays.